Two of you, at least, managed to defeat your opponents in the arena, claiming both spots of finalists for the Harvest Crown. But, aside from the planned fights between you two, another mission looms ahead. Namely, stealing Orvaith's book and facing the warrior Priakros. You awaken, not by any measure of light. Down here in the cell-like bedrooms of Carnel Hall, light does not reach, save for the low glow of the lanterns in each room. You awaken by noise. Outside, in the hallways, loud footsteps approach. Multiple. The knocking follows soon thereafter. Red delay, there are no knocks on your doors, though the noise awakens you as well. After a short pause, a voice sounds through the stone door. Greetings and good sunrise. It is currently 3 hours before noon, and as a result, Carnal Hall is being cleared for the finalists. Please collect your things. You have an hour to leave the premises.
I think I'll still step back.
Gather my stuff up and head out shortly. Good morning, Rat.
Good morning. Today is the day.
It is.
I had
Best
an
of luck
interesting
to you on
visit
this
last
one.
night.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, Holly stopped it. It was
Holly
the
did?
darndest thing, yeah. She stopped in, she was actually really nice about, slave eating and everything. You know how we got that, counterspell thing for her?
Yes.
Well, she actually showed me a thing or two about it. And it's actually not that different than, like, the silence spell.
Oh. So you
So,
think you can do it yourself now?
I think so, yeah. It was really nice of
Oh, that could certainly come in handy.
Yeah, I hope so. Especially against, you-know-who.
Right, Blue Tiger is pretty vicious.
Of course, right. His spells are, wow.
Right. Well, best
Well,
of luck in the arena.
yeah.
Do you think you should perhaps see if there's any more of those potions before?
I picked up a couple heroism potions
Okay.
last night. I have 2 of them. Do you need one?
Well, just thinking, not a horrible price. Like, probably use one for later. So I could, if they're still open, I could see if I could snatch one more up.
Yeah, sure. You can take this one for now.
Oh.
Just in case I'm
That works.
Uh,
Well, probably meet with the others outside. But I'm sure you will put on an amazing performance.
one can
As
help.
always. I'll make my way over to the potion shop and see if they're still selling potions.
Carnal Hall, as you enter, is now unsurprisingly, but still uncharacteristically empty.
Is the woman still there for...
She is there.
Just out of curiosity, are you still selling potions?
Sorry. It's only for the finalists at this point.
I was just trying to buy one for them.
For
Would they
them.
need... Well, one of them is my friend. So, just a bit of good luck on their end. But I imagine that's on their end. They'll have to buy it themselves then.
Well, I'm not supposed to sell anymore except to the finalists, so
I'll
if
just
he,
be
if he wants one, he can come here.
How much were they again?
It's 200.
So So if I gave you 200 gold and had him come back over here and pick it up, would that work?
Yeah.
All right, and I'll take out 200 gold and pass it over.
That'll work. I'll keep one for him.
Thank you. I'm gonna go back. Oh, Brett.
Yeah.
They're only selling them to the finalists now, so I just gave him 200 gold if he wants to go pick one up. I'll keep on hold on to this one. Right.
I'll just go do that.
And I will make my way out. I'll linger a moment to see if anybody else, or if Kara is making her way or not.
Like 5 minutes before getting kicked out, Kara's like just all her stuff in her arms, like torquing out.
Just sort of wait. Then during that amount of time, I would have just waited outside the entrance, waiting for Kara.
You can see her sort of shamble out, still holding a bunch of the free stuff that she got yesterday. You see like pile of clothing, bottles of alcohol, and even a sword or two.
Oh. Put your hands full there.
Oh,
Well, we could...
did she pass off all the stuff last night? Like all the stuff she bought for that?
Or she would have like just left it in front of your door this morning.
Got it.
There's your bags of blood. Nothing suspicious here.
Everyone knows that
leaking onto the floor.
everyone knows drinking a bucket of pig's blood before a fight makes you stronger. That's just,
Obviously.
old ritual.
Oh, can I ask for the blue tiger mask as well? The like cheap one?
The replica.
I wish I would get a percentage of those.
Right?
Must sell pretty nicely right now.
Oh yeah, she's just wearing her mask the whole time.
Maybe she was Blue Tiger all along.
Who is Blue Tiger?
Spectacular mask you've got there.
I mean, if Red beats Chalet, then he's the blue tiger. That's how it works, right?
He gets the title.
Beautiful.
Did you need to go lay down a bit longer, or should we go head our way to the... Are we gonna have to see at what point in time we can grab ourselves some seats?
Good idea. Then I can just sit there and sleep.
Seems fair. So we'll head off to do that.
Mm-hmm. It would cost you a gold to enter on the lower tiers of the arena.
Easy. I'll pay
And
for
as
the
you would
car.
pay and move in with already this pretty massive crowd of people moving in, you can tell that today is going to be packed.
Do our best to shove forward and find the best seats we can. Or mostly Evelyn standing behind Kara, letting Kara shove her way forward to find a seat.
Yep.
And like randomly pointing out, like, no, go head that way. And letting Kara doing the shoving. We can find a seat so Kara can pass out till the fight starts.
Soleil, Red. Do you do anything in the hour and a half?
Yeah, I want to try to pack all of my pockets with random sacks of blood. You know? And then show Soleil where they are so he can stab. Alright, so it's going to be this pocket. And then, ooh, I'll put one in my hat too, and it'll come down over my face.
And weren't you gonna be invisible?
Well, not the whole time.
Okay, okay. I'll remember it.
Actually, I don't know if I actually want to use that, because we might have to do something, you know, later.
Makes sense. I guess I should put some on myself then too.
Yeah. And can I, like, package some of the fireworks too? I don't know.
Do you only put these blood bags into your pockets and stuff, or do you also just try to fit them underneath your clothing or armor?
Yeah, underneath the clothing and armor too.
I will just keep like 2 or 3 in my pocket because I'm like I guess I can under my cloak will be easy enough to like grab them and just make them pop basically. So he doesn't even have to like aim for a certain spot. I can just
Okay.
below that cloak can just you know just move it where I need it.
Please give me a sleight of hand.
Ooh.
Okay.
+4, so
Yeah,
20.
you secure some of the bags pretty tightly underneath your armor, making sure that they don't move around.
Okay.
Before long, as you are prepared and ready, the horn reverberates again through Carnal Hall, signaling the last round. Let's head to the gate.
Yeah.
As you approach the gate, this time the announcer is not there. Instead, the 2 guards close to the tunnel simply gesture for you to step inside. You wander down the long corridor. You take your positions as before, near the gate, waiting for the horn, waiting for it to swing open. Time passes, and finally, the horn rings out again. The gates swing open, and as they do, a wave of heat pushes into the relatively cool tunnel. A sweltering heat that quickly causes you to sweat. The source of the heat is quickly visible. At the center of the arena stands a massive statue of a demon or devil, hunched over, expelling from its mouth a stream of bright, glowing lava. The arena itself is a hellscape. Black volcanic obsidian platforms atop cracked rock plates of cooled lava. Damn it. I will have to move this off tomorrow. As you step into the arena, for this final time. It's filled with much more splendor than before. More people than you thought possible have crammed into the lower ranks of the arena's tiers. Even at the top tier, previously sparsely populated by the clearly wealthy, it is now packed with comfortable couches and spectators. One couch in particularly stands out, as its golden silk catches the light from the seething lava. A couch larger than all others, bearing only a single fat man. Baron Lauermann. The gates and portcullis behind you rattle shut, and instead of a horn, the clear ring of a bell is heard throughout the arena. The deafening roar of the crowd lessens, and many turn to the golden couch you spotted just before. The Baron hasn't risen. Instead, still perched upon his comfortable throne, he rings the bell again, before holding it at his mouth. Amplified, his words echo throughout the ranks of people. Welcome, welcome to the Harvest Festival's final contest. Here in this special arena prepared by the My Court Cabal stand two of the finest competitors this year. Ready to do battle for your entertainment, mine, and the blessing of this year's harvest, which is already greater than any year before. With no further interruption, may the two finalists do battle until only one is worthy of the honor of the harvest. And with that, would both of you please roll initiative?
Oh yeah, that's a solid.
17 for me.
Okay. Well, Blue Tiger, you go first.
I guess I want to show them as much as I can, show them what I'm capable of, so I'm just going to dash and feline agility, so I just show them how I move 120 feet within one turn. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120. Just arms and weapons, everything concealed under my cloak right now. So it's just like it looks like a head with a cloak running. Nothing else.
Within seconds, you run across almost the entire half of the arena, crossing the distance across this cracked ground, lava seething just between the cracks. Red?
I think I shall do the same, but mounting fair steed, my broom. I think that's all for that. So that was with it. Actually, I need to.
Soleil?
Mm-hmm. $10, $20, $30. And just to give them a good show, I'm gonna, while I run, I'm gonna cast, because no one has seen that yet, so the audience hopefully will appreciate it. I'm gonna cast Disguise Self on myself. To look like Ablin.
Oh,
That's my turn. Just
Alright.
showing off.
Taller, Evelyn.
Yeah. I'm looking way too tall to be Ablin, but I'm looking like Ablin.
Oh my. Rest's just gonna like let. Oh, what are you gonna do now? Pull out a grapple? And I'm actually gonna fly up here.
How dare.
I think that's. Yeah. Can we call that 50 feet?
yeah, lengthwise, yes, but it's a
Yeah.
little bit more up.
Yeah.
The whole statue is about 50 feet high as well.
Uh,
It sits
I guess
upon
I'll
this
just.
almost a pillar of obsidian where this long stream of lava just pours down.
I will take my dash to actually get up and land on the wing. That's
Amongst the cheers as you fly towards the wing of the statue, you hear a couple of boos.
Kara
Okay.
will cheer very loudly for Rhett and boo Chalet every time.
I mean, she has money on the line, so...
Yeah.
It's fair.
Now, what are you gonna do?
There you can see Ablin opening her mouth and saying, in Soleil's voice. If you can hear it, I don't know. No grappling needed. Pulls out the bow and shoots twice. But of course trying to like not hit you.
So you just kind of aim for the wing of the statue.
Yeah.
Or do you
Yeah.
try to make it actually really close?
Yes! I try to make it actually really close.
Okay, give me an attack roll then.
Let's try and make this kind of exciting. Natural 20. And the other one is an 18.
So one of the arrows basically hits the wing exactly where you stand upon the edge, harmlessly planking off. The second shot flies right past your ear. It is so close. For a moment, you're not quite sure if Saleya had forgotten the plan you'd made
I mean, can I
and
take
were
a
actually
reaction to like
fighting.
position a blood bag in front of?
I would say that in this case, with it being this distance, it would have been a little bit too fast to react.
There. With my turn, then, I'm gonna stick some fireworks in the end of my broom, light them, and act like I'm casting a fire. And command word: send this broom fireworks down at select, because I can tell the broom where to.
Okay,
So there's just
fireworks look flashy, but obviously, being fireworks, they are harmless enough. You see the broom coming towards you, Soleil. Off of it, just shooting these fireworks, these arcs of sparkling explosions that hit the ground, hit the lava, all just harmlessly creating sparks. One of them also does hit you, exploding into this shower of sparks that doesn't do anything towards you.
I will use the dodge action to do some really like cool dodging around this broom, like backflips and stuff, like looking
Okay.
really cool.
Give me a performance roll.
Oh boy. What's my performance? It's gonna be fine. Oh, okay. Wait. I have something from my new level up. I have to check if this works. Okay. I'm gonna use a superiority die. Use my commanding presence, which is new. When I make a charisma, intimidation, performance, or persuasion check, I add my superiority die to the roll. So. Oh, that's decent. That's an 18 in total.
Okay. As the broom flies towards you, you dodge its projectiles. You roll, you dodge, roll, you jump, you leap, and you cartwheel through this shower of sparks, hitting the ground and hitting past you. And then it is your turn.
I mean, the dodge action was my turn, but
Oh, okay.
I guess it was just for show.
So as Soleil is there, just dodging, jumping around, what do you do, Red?
I think I just project my voice as loud as I can, starting this ridiculous spellcast, which isn't actually spellcasting, but you know,
Okay. Yeah.
it sounds
You're just up
really-
there chanting, basically.
Oh yeah.
Arms sort of splayed wide, as if you're summoning something. Okay.
And then I taunt it. What little cat? You gonna stay down there and dance? Come play with me. And I continue chanting.
After a good 2 turns of you dodging these projectiles, the last firework sputters out at the tip of the broom. And it would be your turn, Soleil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, after the last dodge, I'm gonna take out my bow again and say something in the like, "Your silly magic is not gonna save you from this." I'm gonna shoot 2 arrows again, and I'm gonna try and hit one of the blood bags. He beforehand showed me where they are.
Okay, give me an attack roll.
Yeah, one of them is a 21, and one of them is 16.
Okay. As you see your broom stop, as you see the last firework fade, you see Soleil shooting another arrow. You sort of almost brace against it, moving your chest a little bit out, just so the arrow hits exactly center, where then a fountain of blood, this sort of spurt of thick blood that's already somewhat begun to coagulate a little bit, just sort of splats out, hitting the lava beneath, immediately turning into vapor.
I will cough dramatic. Act as if the arrow had cut off my spellcast. Be like, damn! Pull out my revolver. And very carefully aim, like, close to, but like just past the left.
Okay, this is your sharpshooting shot?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
so.
Please give me an attack roll.
I think it's still a regular attack roll.
Yes. Yeah. Without any issues, you take aim, and being able to aim as well as you are with this revolver, you aim towards the crack just between his feet. You aim for the lava and you shoot. There's a small spurt of lava that shoots out just beyond Soleil as your shot hits the ground between his legs.
And then I would like to very gingerly start moving along to the head of this. Yeah.
Okay, Soleil.
And just so we're clear, like the broom's still hanging out down there beside.
Yeah.
Okay. I just, by the time now, I probably have dropped the illusion of looking like Abelin and look like Blue Tiger again. And, yeah, I'm just gonna keep shooting, this time past him again. And, just saying, I can do this all day, you know? Come and fight. And to shoot 2 more arrows. Just past him. Natural 20 and a 24.
What?
Why can't I roll this good in a normal fight?
Another arrow
Music goes
just
up now. Is not good.
shoots right past you, Red. And as it does, it grazes your armor and happens to cut open one of the blood bags just as it whizzes past, releasing another spurt of blood onto your clothes and onto the statue below.
For my turn, I would like to act like that has made me slip and like almost slide and fall. But I'm acting. I'm not actually. You know.
Yeah. Okay. As they give me a performance check with advantage for that one.
Oh. $21.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's possible on the same term. I think I like the message like, whenever you feel like it's right, just use the broom. We'll finish it up here, real dramatic. But I'm like hanging above the wall. Dramatic.
You purposefully slide down the statue with both of your hands hanging onto the sort of the strut that supports the wing. And as you do, you almost dramatically let go with one of your hands, dangling it free, as if you were just about to fall. And then it is your turn, Slay.
Okay. So the broom is right next to me somewhere on the ground or something?
Yeah, it's sort of
Okay.
idly hanging there after it fired its last firework.
Okay. I'm gonna take the broom, and before I fly over to Red, I'm gonna do 1 360 slowly, holding the broom up in the air for the audience. And
Okay.
show it to the audience, and then sit on it, and then move 30 feet. Oh no, 50 feet is it the movement of the thing?
I
Yes.
believe so, yes.
20, 30, 40, 50. And while I'm flying, I'm gonna use my disguise self on myself to make me look exactly like a blue tiger. I just want like an illusion that looks exactly like I do look anyway, because I want to prepare for the situation when Red is gonna hit me. at some point that my mask flies off and reveals the face of Blue Tiger, which looks completely different from my normal self.
Okay.
That's the plan. So no one afterwards can ask, who was Blue Tiger, blah blah blah. It was just like some random tabaxi, you know.
Alright.
That's the plan. Okay, so yeah, that's what I'm doing. Just casting disguise self on myself to look like myself.
But not yourself.
Yeah, well, not yourself under the mask, yeah.
Okay. You're still hanging there on the wing as you see Blue Tiger on the back of your broom flying towards the statue.
I'll pull myself. Do a like roll back and up. I have.
You do anything else?
If I have some fireworks left, I'll just like throw them at him as he's flying.
Yeah, I'd say you have like 2 or 3 left. So with each like throw, you throw this shower of sparks to the direction of Blue Tiger. Neither of them hitting or doing anything dangerous in particular, except this shower of sparks flashing against them. Soleil.
Okay. As these fireworks go off around me, I want to make it look like I'm not just flying straight forward, I'm just dodging mid-air, as if I'm dodging the magic. I'm gonna move 10, 20, 30, 40... Yeah, I can make it just right to you. And just drop the broom and just take out my weapons to face you. Oh god.
You jump off the broom as it almost continues flying for a little bit before coming to a stop in the air just behind Red. As you land, you pull your rapier and...
My whip.
Yeah. What do you guys do?
Whenever it's appropriate, I look terrified. Indeed, I cast invisibility on myself. Just regular invisibility. And then I whisper, I'm going over to the other way. And I sneak off to the other way. And I just do like taunting laughter fills the room.
As you go invisible, you hear this mix of cheers and boos as Silage stands there, looking around, searching for you.
Oh yeah, just... I'm gonna stab where he was before.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to look at my sword if it drew blood. Oh no, my sword, my dagger, I guess, because my whip probably wouldn't look cool to look at. And then I look on the wing. Does he like leave a trail of blood behind him from the blood he spilled?
From the blood he spilled, you can see a clear line. It doesn't completely lead to where he stands now, as the blood was already slightly coagulated. You see these sort of almost like droplets of a little bit too thick of a blood leading about halfway to the middle of the statue and then vanishing.
Yeah, I guess I can't really smile because I wear a mask and no one would see it, so I guess I make it very obvious that he's looking on the ground and seeing the blood, and then looks to the audience and uses his pointy finger in front of his mouth to be silent, and then just follows the tracks.
Boo, Blue Tiger.
And yeah, he's just following the blood, but he doesn't really know where he is. Just searching, just to show the audience that you won't be tricked by this
Yeah.
simple magic.
You even sort of exaggerate, bowing down, looking at the blood,
Yeah.
jumping over, looking around in sort of almost half crouched stance for no reason.
Oh, can I do this typical, like, putting one finger into the blood and then rubbing it between my thumb and the finger, and then
Sure.
like a tracker would do,
Sure.
and then looking up, like I found a trail I can follow. Yeah, something like that.
And then out of nowhere with my last fire, I take out one of the bags of blood that was in my pocket. I light the firework, and then just like smash the blood bag over Blue Tiger's face while releasing the fireworks, so they both become visible at the same time in this big spray of sparks and blood.
You hear
But I'm
this
still
Need a
this-
bath.
shock, this as suddenly this explosion of blood and sparks just explodes off of the left side of your mask, Soleil.
Yeah, and the illusion lets go of the mask and reveals Tabaxi that has a face that is like, I would say, half black, half white, something like that. But yeah,
The shocked gasp of the crowd almost silences the arena for a moment, as this is the first time that you've ever dropped your mask. This collective stunned silence then immediately gives way to cheers and whooping and whistling.
also, of course, that face looks handsome as fuck, just letting you know.
Of course.
No, of course.
Yeah. Just to make sure, you know.
I have the label.
So yeah, he's
Whatever else.
I guess for a moment he like gets propelled back a little bit and has to grab one of the horns of the statue to not like lose grip. And then you can see him just in a little bit of a standing bow there, just looking around frantically to see where his opponent might be, but doesn't seem to find him.
Let's say
I'm going to murder both of you.
your opponent kind of sneaks by.
Mm-hmm.
And then because it's regular invisible, as I take a rapier attack into, I basically just line up my rapier with where I know one of the blood bags is and be like, whoosh. I reappear because it's technically an attack.
Yeah, you stand next to the almost crouched Blue Tiger, just stabbing this blood bag. But all the crowd sees is your rapier going straight through these ropes and drawing blood.
And as I dramatically withdraw my rapier from the blood bag, it just goes. And I give you like the fencer's salute, ready to engage in a sword.
But Blue Tiger just stares at you, still and slowly going down to his knees and falling over dramatically.
Blue Tiger goes down. There's this pause where the crowd again goes silent, waiting for the crowd favorite, or at least by skill the favorite, to get back up. But as he doesn't, the crowd erupts into cheers as the horn sounds. And you're out of initiative.
All right.
You're gonna mock heal him? Really?
Let's.
Or just
The
kick
flow
him
of
off the
lava
statue?
out of the statue's mouth immediately ceases. Within seconds, this lake of lava recedes, and a few healers rush out into the arena. As this lake of lava vanishes, one of them climbs up the statue. You guys do anything?
Yeah, I already cast Cure Wound on Soleil's, so it looks like he's already been healed a lot. So I cast the first level Cure Wounds, very cure.
So you see, just as he comes sort of over the edge, there's still this green glow from your hand, as Soleil slowly starts getting back up on his feet.
I would like to have this like being a scene where Red offers me now his hand to stand up,
Yeah.
like in good sportsmanship style, and just
Well,
for a moment I look at his hand and then grab it and let him pull me up and hope for the cheers of the audience.
There is cheers, a wave of cheers echoes through the crowd. But a few voices, you still hear a few boos. Some of them were just out for blood
And for money.
or money. Mostly money.
I suppose I'll start. Well, I'll turn and salute the Baron. Over that. Thank you, thank you. I like to thank the Baron. I like to thank the Songspire College. I like to thank Gunther's Tools. I like to thank my mother. It goes on for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, and I just kind of hams it.
After the healer makes sure that both of you are able to stand and are unlikely to die within the next few hours, a few guards enter the arena, gesturing for you to follow. Blue Tiger, you are led the other way through the gate that you entered. And Red, as the applause and the cheers fade in the distance, as you return to the dark and cool of the tunnel, instead of heading straight back to Carnal Hall, you are led through a side gate of the tunnel that instead leads past Carnal Hall in large half circle, before finally reaching its end at the foot of a long staircase, where the announcer is waiting. First of all, congratulations. Please proceed up the stairs. You will find yourself there in the Baron's guest house. There you may choose an outfit for tonight's festivities, as well as find rest and food and anything else you might desire. A servant will be in attendance, and your retinue will be brought to you shortly. Before you leave, please state your name and place of stay, and that of your retinue.
All right. I don't recall the name of the bar, but I'd state whatever it was.
I'm guessing you name Soleil, Evelyn, and Kara as your retinue.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's super suspicious.
When I get to Blue Tiger, I'm like, well, I name Kara and Evelyn right away, and then I'm like, you know what? He deserves it. Extend an invitation to Blue Tiger as well.
I mean, they saw us working together in the prelims, so I guess they know that we know each other. But no.
True.
There's got to be plenty of people who have friendly competition in this.
Yeah.
The announcer heads down the corridor you just came along, and before you lies the staircase.
Wait, why did... Oh, we're stupid. I just realized I could have, like, just invited Orvaith in, which is all he really wanted. Never mind.
Where would the fun be in that?
True.
I'm guessing you ascend the stairs.
Yes.
The guest house you enter is a large square room. A door set into the center of each wall, one to either side and one opposite of the staircase, out of which you just stepped into the house. The decor of the guest house is lavish and exudes comfort. All around the large central room lie pillows and large pelled rugs. The sun's afternoon rays are dampened by thick curtains covering large windows, dousing the room into a warm orange color. Indeed, a servant is also in attendance, waiting patiently by the door opposite of you as your eyes wander across the house's amenities. The door to the servant's side seems to lead outside, judging from the large windows covering the length of that wall. Along the back wall behind you, adjacent to the staircase, are rows of clothing, fine cloth, silk, almost anything you can imagine, but all with a similar theme. Dresses in pastel colors, flowery images, suits with golden rims and stitched iconography of grain and grapes.
Well, alright. I guess I'll head for the bath first to get off all the blood and stuff. And then eventually pick a suit.
As you open the door to the west side of the house, scents and vapors waft through as soon as the door is even slightly cracked. Beyond, you find a large bathroom, a huge steaming bath set into the tiled ground, surrounded by flowers and candles, all exuding their sweet scents. Among the many cabinets there lie all manner of soaps, perfumes, and powders.
Ooh, lovely. Lovely selection. Alright, I guess I'll take this one.
The
Yeah,
rest
why
of
not
you,
this-
as you see Red leave, as you, Soleil, return to Carnal Hall, it doesn't take long for a guard to show up behind you almost immediately. The guard bows in front of each of you and with a short voice states, "We've been selected as the retinue of the Harvest King. If you would please follow me."
Yeah, he just nods.
Of course. Follow along.
Evelyn,
Hmm?
do you know some magic that helps me clean up this mess as he points over the whole pig blood over his whole body.
Ah, yes, hold on. And I'm gonna pull out a bar of soap and hand it to him.
Well, better than nothing, I guess.
I would very much imagine they'll give you some space somewhere to clean up. Follow along.
Might need a new cloak.
Probably. Oh, no, the cloak actually I can fix if we can get the stains out. I'll go ahead and cast a mending on it as we're walking along.
Yeah.
Or at least patch it up from the holes and tears. Won't help with the cleaning of it. But that much I can do.
You are led a short distance out of Carnel Hall along the inner district, the sort of larger outer district of the palace grounds, towards the gate that leads you to the inner palace grounds, the definite, secure and most private area of the Baron's estate. You're led through the gate and immediately to the right, where you see this large house of cobblestone. And as you step inside, you enter the guest house. For you, Red, around 20 minutes after your own arrival, there's this light tapping on the door that breaks the quiet atmosphere. The servant inside opens the door, exchanging a few quick words in a hushed tone, before fully opening the door, revealing beyond another servant, a few guards, and your friends.
Well, welcome on in.
Congratulations, Tiefling.
Thank you. It was a tough battle, but
How'd your fangs in the end?
yes, indeed.
Yeah, you got me good there.
I'm sure you'll recover eventually. Your body, if not your pride. It looks like there's all manner of suits, accoutrements, as it were. Suppose we should probably get dressed.
Looking over the attire there, would one of my own dresses or attire be better or as better fitted than what's available?
There is no doubt that your own attire is definitely a better fit, being, tailored to you.
Right.
And looking over the selection, while it's definitely luxurious, it's nowhere near the sort of finesse and detailed artwork that you'd get in Polythreme.
Then to cause a stir, I'm going to make sure to pick out one of my dresses that I brought along that really shows out like very specific details of like Polythreme like
Okay.
look, we're trying to like bring some semblance of like you don't have to go to war, right? We can be pals. We can be
You
friends.
pick out a dress that shows this intricate sort of almost net of golden inlays, and the frills and the buttons sort of strewn around the edges of the dress are almost shaped like gears like tooth gears that are very much iconography of Polythreme.
And that's the dress I'll wear. And we'll get ready.
How blue can I dress?
Amongst the dresses, they're all relatively, well, at least the suits are all relatively dark in color. There's definitely blue suits there, but they are almost this blueberry dark blue.
That's fine. I'm gonna wear those, and I'm just gonna change it up later on with a little spell
Okay.
to make them look more blue. But yeah, I would like to dress as fancy as possible, I guess. And then yeah, cast a little spell to make everything more blue.
Okay, so you...
And yeah, and the spell of course makes my face again looking like that handsome boy that got revealed during the fight, and yeah, I'm wearing the mask again.
You have a couple of hours before the evening. Is there anything else you'd like to do other than get ready?
I guess taking a bath counts as getting ready, because I want to get rid of the blood.
Yeah. You take your time cleaning up
Okay.
and getting ready.
I think I will do a 3rd level aid spell, so the 3 of you can increase your max hit points by 10.
Need.
Is there any I know we've talked about a couple of things to bring along. Is there anything in particular that I don't know if you wanted to give a gift at all.
Right.
Is the
so-
servant still in the room?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a servant waiting by the door.
Which I have this wonderfully hand-carved tray that can be used for any manner of gift, if we wanted to.
Indeed. I have been contemplating what would be appropriate to present as a gift. But I hadn't actually decided on anything yet. Any idea?
I'm looking at like the things I have, FYI, and it's like Hydra skin and Thava's piece of tail.
Oh god.
And like a bag of Hydra teeth, altered fish tooth, and a pig tooth, and
Wait, did I have time to collect my prize money?
Oh, true.
You were approached pretty quickly after leaving the arena. It would have also taken you quite a bit of time, pushing through the crowd, getting out. So, for the moment, you didn't quite have the time.
I have a vial of water from the fountain and the grove that we were in. That, like, you saw
Yes.
trippy things in. If I cast Identify on it, is it anything other than water?
This was the
This is
grove where
the-
you found the...
Yeah, where we met Thava and then we fought,
The tree ants, right?
yes. Yeah. And there was the whole moment of like everybody froze in time, and then that's where the dude was like, "Hey, kill the pig and we'll chat," and then he stole the bit of
Yeah.
soul information.
You can't quite identify anything magical, anything extremely out of the ordinary. The water is not really clear. It's a little bit murky, and it seems, at least from the smell, rich in minerals. But other than that, it seems like mundane water.
Okay.
The one thing I had considered was, as a symbolic gesture, offering him my loot here, indicating not his magical one, but the smaller loot that he plays less often, but you've seen play now.
Have some good berry wine.
Fair. The
Based on what I saw
Or?
of the berry, you might appreciate wine more that way. I don't know. What do you think of loot?
At least in Polythreme, would there be like something that would be considered a decent gift out of those, or more symbolic? Like, I know that I'm not familiar with the politics here, but like politically wise, like anything that we're offering is pretty much just gonna get chucked into a room or thrown away. It sounds like. Would that be my accurate, Beggar?
Yeah, most of these gifts would be symbolic, unless you had something really powerful, a magical item to offer. Most gifts would likely be put into a storehouse or something. It seems like the Baron has most of the riches he needs. Additionally, you're also not really there as guests.
Right.
Also, I have these, and Soleil brings out his ball bearings. Don't think I have anything else that could count as a present of some kind.
Well, right. So that was more of a thought. We don't have to go that route. It was an option that we'd considered. But it doesn't really seem out of something other than some sort of symbolic gesture. Nothing else really.
Why don't we just keep it classy and I'll offer him a toast?
Oh, it works.
Also, do you get paid for this victory?
I believe that's what the flyer said.
I feel like we haven't been paid in forever.
Yes, I mean, you know, it's magic. I'm sure that
I mean,
his most generous Baron.
I mean, I'm not the only one that thinks that Evenfall shouldn't be like a charity organization of some kind, right?
Right.
Not at all. It was 8,000 gold, I remember exactly.
Wasn't
was
that
the
the
application.
money we had
That
to
was the
pay to
application.
get in here?
Yeah, I'm looking at the flyer. It doesn't say anything about our prize. That's a lot of money to enter without any prize.
True. But I'm sure there has to be, right, if we paid in that.
Right. You would expect so. Unless they expect the feast to be prize enough. And well, you're more familiar, Blue Tiger. Is there a prize generally attached to this?
I don't know, Beggar. Is there?
You remember that there was talks of prizes. You don't personally know any winner of the Harvest Festival, so you're not 100% sure, but you know that a lot of people did apply for the chance at money.
So yeah, don't think that people like Gunra, for example, were in this for some feast, I guess. So there must be something more, at least.
Fair enough.
Well, I'm sure that the Baron is happy to have us rather than Gunra at his feet.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
fair enough.
Is there someone else with us in the room?
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
servant.
Okay, then I'm gonna say what I wanted to say.
Well, I hope that we will all enjoy the night. I hear the gardens are lovely, so if any of you get a chance to head out there and see them. I
It's
expect
fine
to be
to-
tied up in the main hall for most of the night, but you know.
Well, not always a big fan of all these social events. Did you have any sort of reading material or anything?
No, I'm all out of books, I have to say. Say there, servant.
Yes, sir.
My friend makes a good point. Does the Baron have any more intellectual reading material?
Well, as far as I'm aware, the palace has multiple libraries, the largest of which is right next to the festival grounds.
Well, all right then. Well, maybe at some point you can show my friend here over there if she gets bored with the festivity.
Well, I could certainly ask. I'm not 100% sure whether or not access to the library is
If it's not-
within the Baron's wants
Hey, if
for the
it's-
festival.
Not really
Oh,
open to the public. That's fine. It was mostly just seeing if we had anything on hand. But appreciate it.
no, I'm all out.
Of course, I do know that guests regularly visit the library, but, well, during the festivities, which take place outside, out next to the library, I'm not sure how the Baron feels about his guests.
Oh, that makes sense.
Reading.
Yes, of course.
No, I don't need to make a scene about it at all, so I appreciate it.
Of course.
Which of us has the thing that's supposed to be able to pick up the book or detect the book?
Yeah, I thought it was you.
Is it? Okay. I thought it was you. So it's fine. If it's me, that's okay.
Let's say it's you.
Both of you suddenly, like, feel up and down your coat with, like, which pocket.
Yeah, got it right here. It's a book that's supposed to detect it, right?
It's like a
Or-
hot
Was
or cold
a
thing.
strip of
Was
paper.
it a scroll? Strip of paper. That's what it was. I'm sorry, I'm going back through my notes here. I have too many notes. Ugh. Okay. That's fine.
As you're talking and relaxing and resting among the pillows and couches, the warm orange of the room slowly begins to dampen. As the servant quickly lights the many candles and lanterns inside the guest house, the sun's low rays barely vanish behind the high walls surrounding the inner palace grounds. As already someone knocks on the door. Harvest King, your presence is hereby formally requested by the Baron of Antok Ark, His Excellency Lauerman.
Oh, Harvest King, well, I suppose I should.
Also, what does Kara wear? Just wondering.
Oh yeah, I forced Kara to wear something, but
She doesn't really care, so whatever Wretch picks out for her.
something that complements red. So whites, I guess.
Yeah, there are some bright pastels and white dresses, some of which are more formal than others. Although, for Kara, whatever you put on her, it has way too many frills.
Yeah.
I think it ultimately ends up that there's just frills wherever your armor isn't. Basically, how it ends up. You know, your armor gets really nicely polished. Let's say.
As the door swings open, waiting in front of the guest house, this time is a whole retinue of servants. 6 men and women, all clothed in the same uniform purple and white suits and dresses. Behind them, arrayed along the small road path, stand 3 ornate carriages. Despite the Baron's palace being well within your view and walking distance,
Head for one of the carriages after Rhett.
you're led to the carriages. And as you enter and the carriages start rolling along, the ride, as expected, is short. The carriage is very quickly bathed in light as it weaves into a long line of similar carriages, all releasing their guests at the center of the plaza. Already, the smell of a bonfire and roasted meat fills the air, intermingled with the scent of sweet wines, fruit, and flowers. The atmosphere is no less decadent as your carriage halts again, this time with the doors opening to either side as the attendants hold out their hands to help you with disembarking.
Fumble and fall to our faces.
Hello.
Kieran is hidden in my skirts again.
The whole affair seems similar to the ball you'd had in Polythreme. Except the guest's clothing, as you'd noticed before, Evelyn, isn't quite as overtly luxurious, and you aren't surrounded by white and black marble polished to the point where you could see your own reflection. The biggest difference, however, is that as you step from the carriage, all guests already in attendance turn your way and a wave of applause ripples through the amassed crowd. From the stand at the other end of the plaza, an artificially loud, familiar voice booms out. guests, my friends, noble families of Antogag, please welcome the reason for tonight's festivities, aside from all the foods and wine, of course, your Harvest King. Please come over, Harvest King. I would have to have words with you.
I shall indeed.
You wander along the crowds, many of which study you with interesting eyes as Evelyn passes by. There's some murmuring. Visibly, you can see some of the lords and ladies start whispering with squinted eyes. The banquet tables along the open cobblestone plaza are already packed with food, as even more food is placed by a swarm of servants, though none of the guests yet sit at any of the tables. As you wander through the party, approaching the large dais built around the colossal fire pit at the end, your attention is captivated by something massive suspended just above the fire. A giant spit roast bird hangs above the flickering pit. Like a chicken roasted for dinner, but for a giant. You draw the only obvious conclusion that it must have been a rock. Up here, Harvest King. Up here you may approach.
Ah, my Baron, thank you. Are these stairs?
Yes. Atop his throne on this raised platform sits one of the fattest men you've ever laid your eyes upon, the Baron Lauerman. Instead of a rich suit, he is dressed in a seemingly military-looking uniform, likely a recent fancy to go along with his current plans. Welcome, Harvest King. Excellent fight in the arena. Couldn't watch all of it. Very busy, you must understand. But the finale... Oh, wonderful. Truly wonderful. Such a pleasure to meet you. I
High
have
praise
a
coming
few
from you.
things to discuss with you. First, formalities. He reaches over the side of his throne into an open chest, pulling free first a bag, leaving it on the side, and pulling out a crown made of leaves and feathers fashioned out of bronze. The harvest crown. Here, you must wear it just for a few minutes, just for appearance's sake.
Of course.
When the horn blows, you'll come back up here, speak a short speech of how you bless us, bless this harvest, and so on. Make something up. Then you put the crown on my head, and the feast can begin.
Very good.
Second, it's no secret that war is coming, and I do hope that you're on the right side of it. If you're interested, you can get in early at a higher position. You are quite talented. If you're interested, find the captain of the guards, Nozhrad. He's here somewhere among the guests. He would love to have you, I'm certain.
I shall have to seek him out.
Oh, and your winnings, of course. The bag that he pulled from the chest first, he now holds out to you.
I take it. I had all but forgotten.
You reach for it, and for a moment he pulls it back a little, eyeing you, and says, "You know, there is much more to be had in war."
Well, that is a most tempting offer, your baronship. I shall, as I mentioned, speak with Nozhrad.
And as you reach out for the bag a second time, he does not retract, and you grab a very heavy bag.
Very heavy bag.
Very heavy bag.
Filled with 20,000 copper coins.
As I pocket that, do I also need the crown?
Come again?
The crown.
Do I pick up and wear the crown at this point then?
Yes. At least you have the crown. You
I will wear it as you told me to.
put it on. Okay.
And then he said he just wants me to walk around for a bit until the speech or whatever.
Yes.
Horns are blown.
So I shall do that.
Okay. You have a few minutes to mingle and walk around. Do you do anything in particular?
Do we see Nosferatu here?
You can take a look
No.
around.
Yeah.
Give me a quick perception roll.
It's a whopping 11.
You look around for a while, looking past the many guests. And there are a lot of guests, all finely dressed. Some even look like they are from further away. You see a couple of elves. What looks like a few dwarves. And then you spot him just at the edge of the festivities, near the hedges surrounding the entire plaza, leaning towards the guards that are watching over the exits and entrances to the plaza. Through the swarm of attendants and servants, bringing plates of food and drink towards the tables.
I'm at least going to move my way over to Red at some point in time. Brett. Thought that, in your, wandering about, you might want to look over this book. It's a book of simple etiquette and things along those lines in case you need to know anything. And I'm going to pass over the copy that was made of the book that we're trying to get
cool.
to Najrat.
I probably should have brushed up on it prior, but
And your spare
better to
time.
have it now.
I'm sure your experience, though, will carry you long and far, but in case you need something as a quick refresher, it should all be in there.
Okay. So I mean, I assume that I'm pretty busy just meeting this or that, whoever talks to me.
Throughout the few minutes as you wear the crown, there are a few people that walk up to you to shake your hands, give basic introductions. Many of them are heads of the local noble families. Noble in quotation marks, as aristocracy in Antogak is more associated with land ownership and wealth than any sort of bloodlines. Some inquire on the side about your stance in the war, though they don't quite make it as obvious.
I continue being cool and keeping comments focused on the feast. I mean,
So like you're just watching the giant statue in the corner of the feast.
I'm debating, not just watching. I'm just debating, just standing in front of him and looking up and down and... Oh, you look even more impressive than during the parade. You must be a truly strong warrior.
Though you see his helmet sort of for a moment crane towards you before moving back towards his field of vision of the Baron. There is no response.
I try to make this whole weird thing last for about a minute. Like looking at him and
the entire minute as you sort of stand in front of him, sort of mustering him, you get the impression that he behaves almost like a construct. He completely just ignores you.
Also, if I spend at least 1 minute observing or interacting with another creature, I get some information about them. I don't think this will help us a lot, but
What information
the DM tells you if the creature is your equal, superior, or inferior in regard to 2 of the following characteristics of your choice. I guess every answer is probably just a buff, but but I'm still going to try it anyway. I guess armor class and sure. That's too stupid. Total class levels, if any.
Class levels.
This is so stupid because I look at this list of things like strength score, constitution score, and I'm like 100% sure that he's above me in every single one of those.
Yeah,
That would be like an average one.
Like the entirety of you scanning him.
I mean, I could ask for
Your
dexterity,
heart
but
beats a little bit faster. There's this slight ache in your stomach. As, you know, in your head you hear these alarm bells. Standing in front of a truly dangerous creature. The most valuable bit of information I'd say you can tell is, despite this being a warrior, from the way the armor is fashioned, from the way he carries himself, you almost get the feeling that he might also be able to cast spells, not unlike someone like Kara would be.
With a very professional, courteous bow. Like, I've learned those during my work with Lorana and stuff. I'm gonna excuse myself then, good sir. Have a good night. And I'm gonna mingle with the others again, I guess. And as I walk away, there's like a shiver running down my spine, like, holy shit.
I don't suppose I happen to bump into North.
I'm assuming that Evelyn would have probably pointed
would have
Penalty?
nodded kind of in the like kind of get done a side eye over in the direction of Nujrod. So you would see where he's at.
So I will try to take my circuit by.
Yeah, moving through the crowds, eventually you just sort of gravitate to the sign under the pretense of maybe needing a little bit of air and just sort of disengaging out of the center of the crowd. You step close to Nojran.
Hello, my good sir. Are you by your rank a cap?
Ah, Harvest King. Yes. I am Nojrad, Captain of the Guard.
Ah, pleasure to make your acquaintance. Oh, as I like shake his hand, can I do like a little sleight of hand to make it act like he's handing me the book?
How do you mean?
So, all right. So I'll just act. Would you like my autograph? As I like take the book from him
I see.
and pull out my pen to sign.
For a moment, Nojrad seems confused as he sees the ledger, and as you, open it.
I like
and-
sign the outside basically, and hand
Yeah.
it back to him.
And you see him as you sort of hold the book and start signing it, that he catches on. Ah, yes, of course, Harvest King. I'm always interested in collecting trophies, I suppose, from other Harvest Kings. Yes, thank you very much.
Well, naturally, I assume as a scholar of swordsmanship that you are quite impressed with.
Of course,
Performance,
it was quite the show you gave. Quite impressive.
Very good. We'll have to discuss. The Baron mentioned some opportunities at some later point.
Ah, yes, he's been mentioning that to a lot of people, mostly aristocrats. I suppose you, for one, would actually be one who is capable.
Perhaps. Why don't I take some time to think about it, though? You can get back to me. We can discuss it whenever seems convenient to you. How about?
Of course, why don't we actually step to the side for a moment? We could discuss the Baron's proposition.
Sure. That being said, I should perhaps collect a couple of my friends. They seem to be included in the offer, but they are a bit more independent.
Of course, but do so before the Baron's address. I'm sure it'll be soon.
Okay. I'll just, if Slay's right here, I'll just grab Slay.
Okay, I'll just follow him.
Nojrad moves to the side, towards the exit, in between the two guards that stand by the edge of the hedges. He nods towards them, and without any further questions, they let you and him pass. He moves just barely around the corner before stopping again. He pulls out the book once more and looks at it. So, this is it.
Indeed.
Was completely successful. You weren't discovered.
Not at all.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. And I promise, Silas, sorry. We will find her.
He just nods. I know we will.
It is going to take some time. These numbers contain everything about Sefja. All of his dirty work, his trade routes, everything. Even once I've deciphered it, we will need to find the one that leads us to the right place. Do you have any way I can contact you?
I mean, if convenient, I can try the dream again. Or would you prefer something more conventional?
Well, unconventional would be better. This might be, I don't know, the middle of war preparations. In the middle of a war, I might be half a continent away by then. Who knows?
A dream it is then, I guess.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Maybe just try to fall asleep in inconspicuous places.
Very well.
I suppose we better get back.
Yes. There's anything else I can help you with? Within staying hidden as we are. Let me know. Otherwise, and just as he's in the middle of the sentence, you hear just around the corner a small trumpet sounding out. Better get to it quickly.
Is this the place where the library should be next to, or is that a different place?
Well, in front of you, you see a truly massive building. It almost looks like a small city, but the buildings are connected with one another. Almost as if someone had built a house, then added another house to it, then another, then another. There are towers, some higher buildings, large halls. It almost looks like a castle, except not nearly as thought out. There's a good chance, especially since this is the only such building around the inner palace, that this is indeed the Baron's palace. So, Red, you head up the stairs.
As I like head up there, can I get like a glass of beer or something for this toast or whatever speech?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I have that in my hand.
So,
Yeah.
Forest King, you see him just barely leaning forward in his throne, not bothering to stand up. He holds up, almost hanging from his fingers, this bell. Just take the bell, speak into it. Everybody will hear.
Very well. So I take it,
Mm-hmm.
and this is where I'm supposed to make the speech, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Oh, ring the bell before you do, so everybody turns. I like it when all of the heads turn around.
of course. Well, I won't sing it, but I'll give the toast. So ring the bell.
Yeah, you ring the bell, that, as you can feel. Even though you don't hear it as loud, it seems to reach even the far corners of the crowd. As you see all of the guests turn and look at you expectantly.
And I'll raise my glass. Here's a health unto our Baron, the founder of the feast. Here's a health unto our Baron, and to all great and leet. May his doings prosper, whatever he takes in hand. For we are all his guests, and are at his command. So drink all drink, and see you do not spill, for if you do, you'll drink too, for 'tis our Baron's will. Now harvest it is ended, and supper is soon to pass. To our Baron's good health all, a full and flowing glass. For he is a good man, and makes us all of good cheer. So here's to his health, so all drink off your beer. And I just down my beer.
Very good, very good. Probably the best speech anyone's ever had. Now, place the crown on my hand.
And I do so with Fleur.
You see, hear this sort of almost held back low wave of applause as everyone watches the ceremony unfold upon the stage. Oh, very good, very good. Now, you are free to mingle and, well, you can return either to the guest house afterwards, or the guards will escort you out the gate when you ask.
My thanks.
Of course, of course. It's been a pleasure, Harvest King. A true pleasure.
And with a swooping bow, I'll proceed.
As you begin leaving the dais, as you step down the stairs, you can see that the servants that have been bringing stuff to the tables now step back and take a bow as people start taking places along these two large banquet tables, sitting down and, without hesitation, starting to eat and drink.
Do we need to pick our own seats, or do we get, like, pointed to...
There are no servants really leading anyone, so you'd assume you just pick your own seat.
Kind of nod to everyone and point over this way. So... So once we're sitting and eating...
It was a lovely speech.
Oh, thank you. I'm not sure exactly how you plan to get in, but...
Oh, it's alright.
I kind of suspect that any magical things I could do would be quite quickly detected. So I suppose I'll leave it to you.
That should
I can cause a
That's
distraction, of course.
eventually that might help, but I'll see if I can't find my own exit here.
All right. And then I think we're free to tour. Actually, I don't. The way we came in, is that through the garden? Like, did we come in through garden?
I mean, the entire sort of inner palace grounds is a kind of a greenish area.
Okay.
Which garden in particular do you mean?
I mean, like, we're supposed to watch this guy go to the chapel in the garden. So,
Ah, yeah. So you were supposed to wait for a signal, which Vidar told you about, which was a servant losing a bouquet of roses in the large fire pit.
right. I was just kind of like trying to scout the area as to where we would head next, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
You kind of went along this smaller inner lake. You came from this direction, along the road. And along the road you saw a lot of trees, but nothing that would really constitute immediately as a garden. You started not here, where the guest house is. The palace is right here. Or the palace grounds right in between.
There's like wine and stuff, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Being served.
Plenty of it.
And she will sip away at a glass of wine, or Evelyn will sip at the glass of wine for a moment. And a little into the banquet. If is Soleil sitting down to eat as well, or?
Yeah. He's feeling quite hungry.
Okay. A little into the meal then, after people have been eating at some point in time, Evelyn will look over to Blue Tiger, just having a bit of a conversation before, like, sort of looking like she's flushed and swaying a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, feeling a bit out of breath. I need to get a moment of air, and I'm going to stand up and then promptly faint.
And yeah, Soleil is gonna try and catch her before she falls.
Immediately around you, the few nobles that are still sort of wandering around the grounds and not sitting down at the banquet tables. You hear this shock, almost echo through the home. What happened?
Oh, she probably drank too much again. I
The
always
two
tell her,
gals
she's so
both
small.
also step a few steps forward, sort of surveying the scene, not really rushing to aid, but making sure that everything is alright.
Evelyn will come to slightly. Oh, and kind of like fanning her face slightly. I would you mind helping me up? I think I just need to get some air. And talking very breathy in that sort of way of when a corset is tied too tightly.
Mm-hmm.
And like kind of a thing like I just can't catch my breath. And seeing if Soleil will give her a hand up and swaying for a moment before looking to the guards. Is there someplace I could catch my breath?
You see the guard wave to the side, and a few seconds later, an attendant rushes by. I'm sorry, you're not feeling well?
Oh, no, it's and she'll kind of gesture at her dress for a moment for a second. I think I just need a moment. Is there somewhere I could have some
She's being bashful here. Really. On my behalf, as my friend, is there anywhere private that she could just get a moment to do a little bit of readjustment?
Oh, well, would you like to go back to the guest house?
Oh no,
Oh.
it's just something. I only need a few moments.
Just
someplace.
around, somewhere just a little private, wherever close and convenient would really be most ideal.
Well,
We're right in the middle of dinner, you see.
you see her turn around, sort of almost helplessly look at the guards, and as both of their views fall on the palace, the guards just shake their head. Well, there is a chapel next to the library. Perhaps you could freshen up there.
That would be fine. Yes. And I'll.
She rushes to your side, sort of grabbing you under one of your arms, trying to prop you up.
Yeah, and I'll kind of lean a bit on her, and make a bit of like I'm swaying and trying to keep on my feet as I walk. Oh, was the wreck coming too?
No.
Yeah, I'm just standing right next to her and keep her on her feet, I guess.
So Blue Tiger's coming.
Yes.
You watch Blue Tiger
I'll
and
say, do get back quickly.
past through the hedges you'd actually stepped through before with Noshran. And as they pass Noshran, you also notice that Noshran kind of throws you a questioning glance, Silas.
I mean, I can't really give him like something with my face because it's behind a mask. So.
So you
Disguise self
pass.
just constantly changing your mask expression.
Oh, that would be nice, but like that also is magic, and I don't know if using magic a lot here right now is a good idea.
As you reach the stairs leading into this sort of ante-hall in front of the chapel, she rushes forward, unlocking the door and leading you inside. There are no candles and lanterns currently lit inside. To the left you see, going around the corner, a few pillars leading into a larger, almost softly lit room. But where you are right now is a simple hallway, a few mirrors and paintings hanging along the wall. Do you need anything? Something to drink?
Something refreshing, colder perhaps, would be really appreciated.
Water perhaps. We likely have some
water.
from...
Water be fine.
Okay, I can light some candles if you need it.
Just a couple would be helpful.
Of course. I'll be right back with the water. You see her head around the corner into the chapel on the left.
Right. So we could see what's the best way we could do. Hopefully the library's in this building. Looking to Blue Tiger.
Yeah, but I don't feel like we have a lot of time here.
Right. If one thing that let me see. Is that no, that won't work. I mean, I could probably get a few moments or ask you to step somewhere else for a moment if you wanted to see if you could quickly find what we're looking for. And I'll pass the slip to Soleil. At least get an idea if it's here and where he can get a hold of it better. Otherwise, we'll have to find a different way in here.
Okay, sounds like an idea for now. So does it look like there's a way to the library from here?
Well, you don't exactly see any signage reading library,
Mm.
but she went through the door to the left to what clearly seemed like a chapel. There is a door also to your right, leading somewhere else.
You're fast and she's back. I'll delay her and just let her know I asked for a moment of privacy.
Mm-hmm.
Try the door across the way, at least. Assuming that I just gestured you that way to give me a moment.
Okay, I follow her gesture and go into that direction.
Yeah, you stand in front of the door.
Guess I'm gonna try the door handle carefully.
It opens.
What do I see?
Another small corridor leading around the corner. Another door. There are a few more paintings on the side of the walls, but it seems to be just another anteroom.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna check if there's a door or something in there that leads somewhere else.
How exactly do you step through?
I mean, I look around, see if someone else is looking, and then I'm gonna drop my magical appearance. So I'm still looking like a blue tiger, but now with a normal face under my mask again. And then I go through. Just
Okay.
walk past it.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anybody else, and you step through. There's another door almost immediately to the left at the end of this small corridor.
Yeah, I'm gonna carefully try that one too.
And this door also swings open. Leading you into another small hallway. Here there are a few benches and some plants littered around next to another door. This one above reads library.
Mm. I Jazz, you gave me that thing that can locate the book.
Yeah, it's a slip of paper.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna take that in my hand to see if that kind of reacts of somehow.
As you grab the slip of paper and you pull it out, you feel that it's slightly warm.
Okay.
While Soleil's gone, I'm going to try and make a knot in the lace of my corset that I'm gonna make a little trickier to unknot. If that makes sense.
Give me a sleight of hand.
Okay. Let's see. 17. Sorry, but no, I'm sorry. I rolled a 17. That makes it a 25.
Jesus Christ.
Sounds
you
decent.
quickly do a double knot, triple knot, then you loop around the first knot. You sort of pull as you make another knot through the knots you made before, just making this almost ball of knots. Just as the door to the chapel opens, and you very quickly let go and just sort of hide your involvement with what you were doing. And through steps a servant with a pitcher, a glass, and a lit candle. I'm sorry, took a little bit longer. Well, here's the water. She puts it down on the table next to you. And I shall
Would
like
you-
some of these.
Assist me for a moment to... I'm struggling with the knot that was tied earlier here, and I can't seem to get the right angle at it.
Oh, of course. She puts down the candle on the table next to you, trying to get a little bit more light, and leans down towards the knot you just made.
Mm.
What? Who made? Did this get tangled?
I'm not sure. I didn't really look at it earlier. I just had
Oh
someone
wow, that's
assisting me.
terrible. It's well, you see her just lean down and start now pulling at this knot, trying to find where to even start.
Mm-hmm. There's your delay.
Nice. Okay, I move forward.
Oh.
Oh god. I destroyed the whole world by moving forward.
You move forward.
There's a
and
shift in the
world.
world.
Wow,
Oh.
went flying.
Oh.
The
So
door
many books.
creaks open, and in front of you lies the library, a large square building filled with books. Its outer walls are stacked high with bookcases, bursting with volumes and tomes. Actually, quickly. In the distance, muffled by the walls without windows, you still hear the music from the festival. The little paper you've been given singes at its corner, which glows ever so slightly like the burnt edge of a paper without actually burning.
I guess I'm gonna sneakily, because I always keep a lookout if there's someone in here. I'm gonna go left first and see if the paper like changes temperature. If it's getting hotter or something.
As you walk to the left, you notice no really discernible difference yet.
Keep moving, I guess.
Give me a stealth check, please, and a perception roll.
What is my stealth? Plus 9. So that's a 16 for stealth. Perception is a 7. Or 8.
You silently continue moving, and then You hear a creak of wood. You immediately stop, listening for another creak. But you don't hear one. Maybe it was just your own walking?
Okay, I guess I'm gonna try and get in here between these bookshelves. Then I walk to the end of each bookshelf now, just to be careful, and look around the corner before I move to the next one.
Okay.
And then look around the corner and then continue moving like that, basically. All the time trying to feel if the paper changes somehow.
As you begin moving down this long hallway, the paper begins to heat and scorch.
Mm-hmm.
Quick question: should we stream this so that Freya can see it easily?
No, I just keep getting kicked out of the server.
Poor Freya.
It's just because my internet.
I just didn't know if it'd be easier if you could watch it on like your phone, or I don't know how that.
It's fine. Thanks.
Give me another perception roll, please.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
As you wander along the bookcases, every time you pass by one of these gaps, you take a look at the rest of the library, especially with there being very large windows here at this central square leading into the garden and making the other side of the library visible to you as well. You suddenly see shadows on the far side. So you notice... Oops. Accidentally blindfolded myself. As you notice shapes moving by. Just on the other side.
Okay. Now that I know that someone's there, I'm definitely gonna be careful to move further on. Sneakily. What's the paper say?
As you reach the corner of the library, before you even take a look at it, you feel the paper heat up more, and then you see it scorch. All of its edges are now embers and begin to curl. You're definitely close.
I'm gonna check the corner in here then.
You walk around the bookcase, holding the paper out towards the book, and it doesn't change much visibly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna check around this whole corner here, basically go past the different shelves to see if anything changes.
You walk around the entire side of this corner, and at neither point in this corner does it change any more than it already has.
Okay. So I'm gonna try and sneak around here.
As you get to that bookcase, faintly you hear conversation.
I am gonna like stay hidden until they pass.
You keep walking. You hear them talk. Well, I haven't seen him since. You don't think anything's happened to him, do you? You don't think he's still down there? No. I've seen that weird mage go down and in and out of that at night. Later than this, no way he would have found him. So, then why isn't he back? You don't think the mage did something with him? Does it matter? Hopefully he's alright, but if he isn't, then it's no different from the punishment he'd have gotten. You heard the captain. Execution. Donner knew that, and he still went. Yeah, I just kinda miss him, you know? I don't. They walk towards the edge of the corner, right next to you, on the other side of the bookcase. They take a long look down the corridor. And then you hear the footsteps receding back the other way.
Okay, I'm gonna take that chance and move over here and try and look if the piece of paper like changes this direction.
Stealth check.
I stepped on them with a 13.
For a moment, as you walk forward, you hear this, and you stay still. Hold on. Did you hear? No, what? And then you hear footsteps coming closer. You wait over there and take a look. Anyone here?
Gonna try and sneak behind here.
Give me another stealth check.
'21.
Much better. Much better.
You round the corner behind the bookcase, and you hear steps a little bit closer. Do you know if Mage is in? I hadn't heard. We probably would have seen him, right? Yeah. Maybe there is rats. I don't see anyone. But I thought I heard noise. Small noise. Well, we continue our rounds. If we hear something again, there's definitely something there. Otherwise, I mean, if it's over there, it's near the basement, and who knows what. You know, probably don't want to end up like Dana, right? Yeah, true.
I don't want to end like them either.
And you hear them continue their patrol. As you moved along this way towards this direction, the paper definitely heats up more, beginning to completely curl into this almost cylinder of paper. Next to you, at the wall, sort of breaking up the monotony of bookcases, lies another door. In giant red letters, the door is marked with the words, "Do not enter." Faintly, you sense this foul odor emanating from the door. And as you quietly listen, you hear a faint noise of almost scratching coming from beyond.
I guess I'm gonna approach the door and see if the paper seems to like heat up even more.
The paper does heat up just the tiniest bit, but you're not quite sure which direction it is in.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna try and move here for a moment to see if that changes anything.
Yeah, the curved cylinder of the paper now begins to almost crumple into this black ball.
Okay.
The entire paper now looks as if it were actively burning without ever turning to ash.
You know what? The player in me really wants to go down there, but Slade definitely doesn't want to. He just wants to get the shit done. So yeah, he's searching for the book and its direction.
You hold out your hand along the lines of books, and right as you pass an ornate book with the title, The Implications of Spatial Distortion Upon the Mortal Body, the paper suddenly crumbles to ashes. All the heat vanishing.
What was the name of that book again?
The Implications of Spatial Distortion Upon the Mortal Body.
Thank you.
I carefully want to take the book.
Yeah.
Let's hope nothing
Both
happens.
hands carefully slide it out of the bookcase and hold in your hand a large volume.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna slide that under my cloak and God damn it, am I tempted to open the door. I wanna see if it opens.
You push the handle and it does open.
Oh no.
Past the door lies a staircase leading downwards towards another door. A basement, likely. The scratching and the odor are definitely coming from down there. The second door at the end of this staircase is slightly ajar.
I want to listen for a moment if any of those sounds like make any sense to me or sound familiar or something.
Give me a perception roll. Do you have any bonus on hearing?
No. Oh, that is a 25.
The scratching sounds almost like teeth or fingernails, something hard on metal. It's also irregular.
Blue Tiger takes one step through the door and then shakes his head, closes the door again and makes his way back. It's not the time.
Give me a general stealth check.
23.
Yeah, following back along the bookcases, keeping your eye on the top of the helmets that mark the guards, just above the bookcases. You return the way you came, back towards the door. Back in the hallway, you, for a couple of minutes, she just struggles with this knot that you've made. At this point, with her also fidgeting about and pulling at different points. You're pretty sure that this knot is not gonna open anymore.
Right, let's just... if I cut it, could you find another string or thread to replace it with?
Yeah, I could probably find one. Yes. I'm really sorry. It's so tangled.
No,
I can't.
I'll have to speak to the assistant that told me tie it and never have them touch a knot again in their life.
Yeah, that probably he should have them fired on the spot. This is ridiculous.
Yes, and I'm just gonna take like a small dagger out and just cut the thread. To like act like I'm loosening it, or actually loosen it, and then be like, oh, I can actually breathe now. Thank you. Appreciate the help nonetheless.
You see her sort of on the side, somewhat hitch up her skirt, going for a pouch strapped to her leg, and shortly pulling a long strand out of it. It's not quite like the laces that hold together your corset. It's a little bit more thin, like a string used to affix something. Well, I don't really have any laces with me, but this, at least temporarily, this could...
I think between kind of working with that and the leftovers of the lace I did have, that should probably work.
Well, if you do need a replacement, we could also always head back to the guest house. It should still be open at this time of night.
Let me see what I can put together with this, and I'll try and actually relace it with the lace and then pull out like a needle or something like that to try and stitch the lace together with the string that she had. And put it back together. Somewhat. No, I lied. I'm stupid. I'll just sit there and be like, I'm so sorry. I don't know where my thoughts are, and I'm going to cast mending on the lace.
Yeah, the lace stitches itself back together, and you see her just step back from it and exclaim, "Oh, well, oh, that's that's so useful."
Yes, I think the lack of oxygen had me forgetting my wits there for a bit.
Is it quite complicated, that trick? Or...
A little. It takes some experience and practice and study.
Do you think someone like me could learn this?
Absolutely. I think anyone with a bit of time can pick up some skills. I see if I can't. I know I have some of my old books of learning from when I was a child back in with my possessions at the guest house. If you want, stop by there later. I'll see if I can't give you one of my old books.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is so useful. What is that called?
Mending.
Mending.
Mm.
Well, I suppose that does make sense. Is it magic?
It is magic, but it's
Magic.
learned magic. You just have to study it.
You hear this conversation, Soleil, muffled as you stand in the corridor just beyond
There's
the next
there's
door.
some kind of bucket or other something in this room.
Well, in your room, there's sort of these end tables, there's paintings, there's a few vases with flowers, there's a couple of chairs.
Okay. So is there also like water for the plants or for the vases or something?
Yeah, there's definitely water there as well.
Because just in case, I'm going to take one of those vases filled with a little bit of water and wait at the door for Ablin to create an opening.
Like, appreciate it again. Let me see if could you mind helping me lace this back up?
Oh, yeah, of course.
And then thank you again. I really appreciate all of your assistance and time. But yes, stop by the guest house later on, and I'll see if I can't get you that book. Enough study, and you can get at least some of the basics of simple spells, like this one. And after she's all sorted again, she'll finish the water that was brought out, the cup of water,
Mm-hmm.
and pass the empty cup back to the servant. Did you need to put these back at all?
Oh, well, if you're fine now, you can
I think
see as she sort of tied the knot on your corset. It's a little bit looser than anything it is supposed to be, probably as a precaution. If you're all set and done, then I'll bring them back. Yeah.
Right.
Well, do you know the way back to the party?
I do. I appreciate again all of your assistance. What was your name?
It's Ella.
Ella. Well,
Yes.
thank you for my situation and all your help.
Oh, thank you for being so nice. Thank you. I'll bring these back.
I'm gonna
She
go
takes the pitcher and the cup and just rushes
Glance
back into the cathedral.
out the door and carefully push it open.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the vase with the water in here. That was just the emergency plan. Like, oh, I needed to find a bathroom and I had to pee into this vase. Okay.
Oh my
So-
God.
So just in case someone like found me in here. Okay, so I just leave the vase there and
Any luck?
just nodding.
Perfect. We'll sort it if you wanted to escort me back out to the party.
Sure, m'lady.
And I'll head back.
As you step out, you can see one of the guards already sort of looking in your direction. Not really eyeing the party, but waiting for you guys to come back.
And we'll make our way through.
As he sees you come out the door, and as you start walking towards him, he nods and then turns back towards the party.
We'll make our way back to the others, I suspect.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that.
Feeling better.
Much, thank you.
Excellent. You really should try the guinea fowl. It's excellent.
Then I will go by your recommendation. She'll go about like nothing has happened at all. We succeeded at one of our tasks.
Do you have, like, red is the one with the, what is it
Satchel?
called? Yeah, the bag of holding or whatever.
Bag of holding.
Okay, and you're sitting there at the banquet table still, I guess. Oh, I guess I'm gonna try and somehow shove that book from under my cloak over to you, so we can like, somehow make that disappear.
Yeah, you pass off the book underneath the table easily enough. And a couple more minutes pass at the party with you just sitting, talking, eating, when you notice a servant with a bouquet of roses just kind of walk down the central corridor towards a pit of flames and stand there for a moment. couple more minutes pass. And then she begins walking to the side. Somewhat obviously almost tripping, and suddenly the roses fall into the pit. There's this sort of small burst of flames going up. And from the guards at the side you hear just someone yelling, "Hey, watch it round the pit." She collects herself and then starts very slowly walking back down and away from the party.
No, I know that was our signal,
Mm-hmm.
but were we supposed to leave at that point in time back there? I'm trying to go back through my notes here.
I think the plan is the two of you, Soleil and you, are to go listen in and follow this.
Ah, but he hasn't left yet.
What do you mean?
Oh no, he's gone.
I don't see him.
So you need to make your way to the chapel, right?
The chapel we were just in, or a different chapel? Do we know?
Give me an intelligence roll.
Oh, I'm tired, man. I've been stressed out. Trying to go through my notes. Oh, oops. That's a straight intelligence would be a 19 or 18.
You remember at least that the signal was for you all to follow.
The servant.
Yes.
Okay. I'm actually a bit tired at this point in time. I'm thinking of heading back to the guest house.
Oh, good point. Seems like the party is winding down, I suppose.
Yeah, I also still feel I'm quite aching from the wounds you gave me during the fight, Teetling.
Had a
Same here. That arrow
long
really-
day.
I'm okay, but just need some rest, I guess. But the food was great, actually.
True.
Start making our way out.
Oh, right, because we're supposed to set up an ambush
Mm-hmm.
here or something.
I guess Kara's coming along.
Yes. Smuggling a bottle with her. This whole time she was just kinda enjoying the buffet in full capacity.
Is there anybody like watching us right now, or?
The guards are watching, but they don't really watch you leaving per se. They're just
Okay.
simply sort of scanning around. They do make eye contact at some point as you look at them, but they don't seem to have any objections as you leave.
And as I walk with Kara, I tell her, whisperingly, the story of the vase I almost used as a very bad excuse.
Mm.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
The servant, still silently walking, crosses the bridge of the water channel. Slowly the music and noise of the harvest festival begin to abate. A nervous calm spreads throughout your body, anticipation rising for the coming storm. Unlike the fields outside the palace, or even among the golden fields surrounding Antok Ark, there's no chirping of birds, no rustling of insects. Nothing save for the soft splashing of the artificial water's currents. Even the world is holding its breath. The servant continues in a confident gait until she reaches the edge of a large hedge in the open gateway, interrupting its green wall. For a moment she stands there unsure before turning on her heels, giving the slightest bow towards you and walking back down the road towards the palace.
You used to
If
move the token.
If I remembered which side was the...
Yep. Tokens underneath the board.
Remember which side? It's probably this one.
That is the same way you had it laid out originally on the table. Because I remember this crescent side over here.
Your eyes follow the servant for a moment as she leaves, picking up speed the further she is away from you. As you turn back to the green wall of hedges, Vidar stands under the arch of the gate. In the shadow he'd be almost unrecognizable were it not for the glow of red eyes. Good, you are here. The warrior has just crossed the garden, so before I continue more pressing, have you decided to listen in on the report?
Yes, I believe Blue Tiger and myself are gonna go.
Good, then quickly follow me to the center.
Oh.
She's so
before you
small
take
next
off,
to him.
Hmm?
I'm gonna hand you my broom.
Oh.
Because I know you might need to run back.
No, it's not bad.
Well, the one of you, it doesn't matter what.
Yeah.
Vidar leads you along the hedges and planted fields of colorful flowers. As you see around the corners and through the openings, you spot statues left and right, even set into the hedges themselves. Their make, style, and the cobbled ground remind you vividly of the statued arena. Vidar rounds another corner for stopping. This is the center of the statue garden. This will be the stage upon which we will fight. Before we lose sight of him, go to the other end of the garden. I'm sure you'll still see him along the road. It leads further down the lake, the cathedral. There are hedges and trees to hide. Stay out of view, but follow quickly. Once you have the information, hurry back. As soon as the warrior steps into the garden center right here, we begin. Make sure you're here when we do.
Alright.
Okay. Blue Tiger seems so concentrated that he doesn't even like have like some kind of reaction to Vidar being here. Maybe for the first time. Yeah, let's do this. We're supposed to go somewhere here, right?
Yeah.
You walk
All
around
the
the
way over?
hedges to the other end
Oh.
of the garden, where through the large open arch you see in the distance, following along the road, towards a large cathedral, the towering figure of the warrior.
I guess we're gonna follow him.
Right. Quietly, I imagine. As possible.
Both of you, please give me a stealth check.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
I don't like that one. I'm gonna use one of my divine snips. There I go, my god.
Thank you.
Oh no.
I'm gonna use my other divine snip.
Oh no.
Thank you.
Ah, there we go.
That would be a 26.
27 for me.
You keep low to the ground. Thankfully, just as described, the hedges and plants lining the road to the chapel give you plenty of cover to hide behind. There are a few moments when you narrowly avoid stepping onto branches. And the faraway, faint figure of the looming warrior is relatively easy to follow. Shortly behind him, you reach the chapel. Its large gates barely tall enough to accommodate the warrior's tall frame. With a single step, he pushes through the gate, vanishing in the building. The gate closing behind him. The chapel is a round building ringed with decorative pillars, atop of which lies a domed roof. Already, you can see several windows just underneath the dome, far above the gate ringing the entire structure. Let me quickly pull up the thing, while both of you can give me a perception roll.
That is a decent 21.
Uh, 19.
21, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Both of you beat the DC. As you look at this round structure, the outside of this chapel, you notice something breaking the symmetry of the structure, something other than the gate set into the front. There's this sort of angled door by the side of the building, protruding from the ground. Something that looks like a cellar entrance.
Where is it?
Okay, let's try and open this carefully.
Already, as you step up to the door, you hear from inside, almost through the walls, this deep, reverberating voice. You can't quite make it out. It is more this muffled rumbling.
Can we see if it's locked?
There is this large chain spanned across, upon which hangs a large lock, a padlock.
I move to quietly try and unlock the padlock.
Give me both a sleight of hand and a stealth check.
Okay. Sleight of hand was stealth check was a 26, and sleight of hand was a natural 20, making that a 32.
I'm gonna give you one of my divine snips for the stealth check. Still bad. You get the second divine snip for the stealth check. Okay, this is at least that's at least an 18. Yeah, the stealth is 18, and the other is a 7. For
You hold the chain as Evelyn, with some trouble, considering how rusted the lock is, manages to pick the lock. The heavy padlock slides open, and without letting the chain or the lock fall to the ground, you carefully place both of them to the side into the grass.
Before opening the door, can I look it over for any sort of traps or anything like that? That would
Yeah,
like
give me an
open-
investigation.
Um, 27.
There doesn't seem to be any sort of traps on this. It's more this sort of old cellar door that doesn't appear to have anything out of the ordinary.
Carefully try and open it very, very slowly in case it's creaking a lot.
There's this slight creak, barely audible, as you slowly open the door. Beyond, you see a small stone staircase leading down just underneath the surface of the field outside. What lies beyond there seems almost less like a basement and more like a crawl space underneath the chapel.
We're going to quietly move forward.
Yep.
As you step down and as you take steps towards the center, it really is on pillars, this sort of one open room, circular, spanning the entire width of what you assume to be the large chapel above. And as you step forward, with each step, the muffled, reverberating voice becomes louder until you start slowly understanding the words, just as you step towards a grate at the side where underneath one of the pillars you can sort of almost look into the chapel through a few slits. Let's see, chapel's insides. And then a second voice dominates the cathedral. One you'd heard before. None other than the monster that laid waste to dozens of the Polythreme guard.
Gromo is dead. Or he has betrayed us. His silver now stalks the city. It is hostile to us. The warded Deva is further from our reach. So, Tolemund will awaken Githir. Proceed with urgency. The war will feed the shell and help soften the city. If we fail, the garden will be lost to us. For the Dominion, Hierophant.
A wind howls as this oppressive presence you almost only now realize has laid on you washes away. You see the warrior stand still for a moment, turn, and slowly, with heavy footfalls, begin to move from the other end of the chapel towards the door.
Okay.
Sorry. I was muted.
Ablin is signed to also retreat outside.
Yeah, I was saying we're trying to quickly get out before him and head out and get ahead of him.
In the meantime, as you guys were doing that, Kara, Red, you stand at the middle of this statue garden. Vidar turns towards you as you see Soleil and Evelyn leave. We now have a few minutes of wait until the warrior returns. I suggest you make any last-minute preparations. Nothing visible. We are still trying to get the element of surprise. He goes silent for a moment. He looks like he's about to say something else, but then turns to the center of the garden. Let's get to work. Okay. Do any of you have any preparations you would like to do?
No.
I don't think I have anything big enough to.
Okay.
Prepare the
Okay.
wish spell and wish
Are
us good
these
luck.
walls
These are not walls. These are
just garden plant?
plant. Basically, the edges of large dirt patches in which these flowers are planted. The only things of height here are the hedges and the
Statue.
statues themselves. Speaking of
Might
which,
as well
can
take
you
cover
give me
behind the statue.
a quick perception roll. And then a quick history check.
That's a 24%. It's a 12 for his.
You notice at the end, at the opposite edge of this sort of central garden circle, a statue that somewhat stands out to you. It's this large mounted statue of a devil or a demon upon a three-headed hound. A very almost uncharacteristic statue for this sort of area. And from your knowledge, especially from the spire, you know that this is a statue of the accursed knight. At the height of the second age of this world, Soon after the material plane had been restored to the system of planes, exchanges between the peoples of the planes had become somewhat regular. At first, these exchanges were diplomatic, and travelers would regularly cross through the great planar gates to discover, a new horizon. But this casual peace did not last for that long. While explorers and scholars were still deep in their studies of these foreign lands, people of greed had long set plans in motion to exploit new readily available resources. In particular, some of the skirmishes that had turned to wars. The War of the Three Fingers was a particularly bloody war. A war between the humans and the plane of hell. And it was one of the bloodiest wars ever to be marked down in written history. The Accursed Knight is a hero that rose from the battlefield, from that battlefield. A knight whose name is still unknown, saved countless of humans from these infernal assaults of the devil armies, and in the end was instrumental in closing the planar gate to hell, and at last broker a peace of sorts. He was the first devil to stand side by side with humans, and his story has ever since been honored, especially in this region, and it is widely known among bards. As both of you take cover, you see Vidar kneeling at the center of the garden, slowly chanting, casting a spell.
Actually, can I cast mirror image on myself?
Sure, you have a lot of time to do that.
Yes.
The cobblestone in front of Vidar suddenly shakes loose, floating into the air, borne upon some invisible force. The vampire reaches into his bag, pulling the familiar scroll from its depths. The scroll of Orvaith he had seen before, placing it softly in the newly formed hole at the core of the statue garden. Before letting go of the scroll, he takes a deep breath. As he does, the scroll begins to glow softly. Its edges begin to turn black and shrivel, as if it were slowly burning. Vidar retracts his hands from the simmering scroll, and with a flick of his wrist, the floating stone in turn return to whence they came, leaving no trace of the planted trap. Now we wait. The signal will be when time stops. Be ready.
In that case, could I have, instead of casting mirror image, just like, can I hold my action?
You can hold
to
an
kinda,
action.
cast it as soon as something happens, because it's only a minute.
I guess we still have the 10 temp HP, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Evelyn. Tiger. You follow the way you first came, dodging between the hedges and bushes, this time moving a little bit faster, trying to stay ahead of the warrior. Every now and then you stop behind a hedge, take just a slight look through the hedge to see if the warrior had noticed you. But for now, it seems like he's just slowly strolling along the road. You reach the garden before him, slipping in when you find the chance.
Keep aside.
Just giving hand signals to the others.
You wait in your guises behind thick stone and deep hedges, holding your breath, waiting for the signal.
going to see if
Faint.
I have enough time to get to Vidar real fast. But kind of, I don't know how far ahead we were from the warrior. Or if, like, by the time we got here, he'd be, like, entering.
With the speed he was going, you would have made a little bit of distance. You probably would have a minute or two.
Okay. Then quickly making the way back. In distance enough that Kara could hear, I'm going to word for word repeat back what was said. And give a rather significant glance over to Kara at the mention of the gardens. Of how the gardens will be lost to them. If they fail.
Maybe she'll also know like the words like Dominion or whatever.
For the Dominion. And there was the name, I think, Hierophant or something.
Mm-hmm.
But
Of the names, none of them ring a bell to you, Kara. Dominion, Hierophant, Tolomond, Githia. The only ones that ring your attention is them mentioning the warded Deva, clearly referring to the other Celestial, as well as their reference to the gardens.
so it was said between them. But he's probably almost here.
Good. This is good. It may not mean much to us yet, but this will be valuable in the future.
Yes.
Now,
Find him.
we should find cover.
I regret. And I'll look past them. Temporary hit points, does it override the previous temporary? Like, do you lose the temporary hit points if you use something that has additional hit points, or no?
Well, aid is not temporary.
Right. Okay, cool.
Are you taking the heroism?
Yeah, I'm gonna actually take a potion of heroism.
Yes. Yeah,
Faint. The crunching of stone under massive steel boots grows louder. The noise is all you focus on. The noise becomes more and more unbearable as it rhythmically grows louder. Anticipation grows and your adrenaline begins to spike. Then, suddenly, there is an absolute silence. The world around you is still. The wind moving through the hedges, rustling, is frozen. Leaves in their fall are frozen. Now! The voice of Vidar rings out as you emerge from your cover. Around you, as Vidar casts, a shimmering wall of translucent silvery plates form a colossal dome around the area of the garden. Walls of force, conducted by the chanting of Vidar, emerged from his own cover. In the midst of the path, motionless, the giant statue of a warrior stopped in time. Please roll me a 1d4.
Who's brave enough?
Sure. So 4.
You have 5 turns to prepare whatever you want to, whatever spells, whatever attacks. But beware that as soon as something affects the warrior, the effect will stop.
So soon as he gets hit or something, you mean? Or?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like that time thing. Like, do we know if if something enters that thing, it's also gonna stop, or is it just now we could enter that area without being affected?
You are within that area already.
Okay, okay.
Time of everything around you has stopped. But anything you touch or move is freed from that spell and moves with you.
So we are free to move.
Yes.
Okay.
Invisibility on Soleil, you think?
And you guys can go ahead and roll initiative. We might as well start going by the turn order. You can take a moment to figure out what you guys want to do as we take a 5-minute break because I need to go to the toilet.
Freya, you hadn't drawn the 6 yet, and I was like, oh no, does she have a natural 1 or something?
No, luckily not.
I was afraid there for a moment.
What's your dex modifier?
9?
Sorry. Salty. We both have 9, so I'm just wondering which of us goes first. He might have stepped away though.
Yeah. So, preparation.
I can try and cast heat metal on his armor. Or I could try and cast slow on him. But he might have... I'm hesitant about the slow because that's like a once a day thing. And I could use it for haste instead.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's got any sort of like legendary resistances, then it's gonna be like, oh, he automatic saves kind of a thing. That might suck. So, but I've got slow or heat metal that would potentially do ongoing damage if it succeeds.
Hmm.
Do you think he can take psychic damage?
I mean, he might be able to. Psychic damage, not many things have resistance to psychic damage, so it's possible.
Does anyone have, didn't Red have something like silence or whatever?
He might.
Because, I earlier figured out that he has some kind of magical power, so
Yes.
maybe the silence would, stop him from doing some stuff. I don't know.
It could. I could.
But it would also affect him, so then the effect would end. If I understood that correctly. I don't know.
I can't really do anything to prep. I can just go up and smite him from once.
Well, you could stand in front of him.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Do we use what's it called?
flanking? I don't
Flanking.
think so.
Yeah. Have we used flanking? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Are we allowed
Is-
to touch him?
No. As soon as we touch him, that's when the spell will end.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what exactly affecting means. Like touching or casting a spell or hurting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure as soon as we interact with him. We can double check with Greg when he's back, but I think it's if we interact with him at all, the spell will
Okay,
break.
because I felt like maybe 50 feet of rope around his legs would be nice. But that probably won't work.
Yeah.
Because I don't have that much stuff with me that actually helps.
Because he's not a construct, right? He was just a guy.
I mean, he talked like, he felt like some kind of construct when I looked at him, but we can't be sure.
Right.
I mean, they are probably some weird race from some weird plane that's taking over shit.
Yeah. Okay, I don't want to risk. I don't want to waste a second level spell for Shadow Blade if that.
What did they call themselves again? Hail the what?
It's like oh, welcome back. I wrote down what I understood, which I know is not. I have like Hierophant or something like that.
Hierophant, yeah.
Any questions?
What did they call themselves again? Hail
The Dominion.
Dominion, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
So
For
they
the
are.
Dominion.
Let's call them
They meant-
Dominions now. This race for now, because we don't know yet what they are.
It's our understanding any interaction with him, right? We can't touch him. That would, or anything like that. Correct?
Like just touching him would end the time thing, Banger.
Well, if you try to move him or... Like, you could probably...
If there was like a touch spell.
Well, as soon as the spell triggers,
Right.
it would.
But like, I have a rope. I would like to do around his ankles, for example. Would that work?
You
or
could
would
probably lightly lay the rope around. You wouldn't be able to pull anything together or...
Okay. So as soon as
apply
there's
any
a little bit
pressure?
more pressure, okay, get it. So just touching him slightly wouldn't immediately stop the spell, but as soon as
Yes.
it's a little bit more than that, okay. Well, does that change anything?
Sorry, I'm
Welcome back. Question: what's your Dex modifier? 2. Okay, I have a 4, so I think I go first.
Looking at this guy, do I feel like he's immune against psychic damage?
I mean, it's somewhat hard to tell, but very little things are immune to psychic damage. If he was, for example, an aberration, he might have resistance, but it's unlikely, at least, that he is immune to psychic damage.
In that case, I'll cast Shadow Blade.
I'm gonna move on top of the statue here.
Also, adding to that, if you cast, for example, any spells that state that at the start of their turn they take damage, for example, that would also work. Because they wouldn't take any damage. or be
Something like
affected by the
heat
spell
metal,
until
you say?
They themselves move.
No, heat metal is. I mean, can I try and cast heat metal on them? Because there's no save for that, and it's just They have to. Well, they have to do a save. Creature in physical contact with the object takes 2d. No, oh no, they take damage when I cast a spell.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Is
I'm
he
just
like
gonna
in?
be
Okay.
prepared to cast heat metal. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. Is he like in the middle of movement? Like is 1 foot like mid-air or something before it hits the ground, or?
It's somewhat raised, yeah. He was in the middle of walking.
Because there definitely need to be some ball bearings below that, below those feet. So I'm gonna put some there.
Okay, yeah, you spread around some ball bearings.
Ball bearings. Ball bearings. That's what we're using.
Just
As you spread out the ball bearings, just for a moment you look upward towards the warrior's face. Shockingly, you are met with burning embers of violet, eyes that exude a stare of utter hatred that almost seem to follow you as you move.
Oh no.
Okay.
you can see me.
Are-
Oh no!
Are we free to move still?
We are. Yes.
Yeah.
Michael, I don't remember. Are we playing with flanking in this campaign? Or,
Yes,
We are. Okay.
if you are engaged and have dealt damage and so done damage.
I think I'm gonna start with a greater invisibility on Solo.
Neat.
And then I'm on high.
Good call.
Now let those violet eyes try to follow me. Probably still can, I fear. Let's see.
Well, actually, I don't know. I'm hiding. I say I'm hiding.
I'm hanging out on top of the statue. I'm preparing heat metal for when the spell drops.
As the dome around the garden closes, you see Vidar point a finger towards the warrior. A beam of yellow light flashes, condensing at the warrior's feet, where this glowing bead starts to shimmer. You guys do anything else in these 5 turns?
Think. I should have taken the other spell, but I can't change the spells. Could I have changed my spell? No, I'm not going to change my spells. No.
I mean, you certainly would have had time to in preparation for this fight.
No, I mean, when I leveled up, I would have had to have changed it. Okay. I don't know. Can I can drop a spell when I level up, right? Or no, it's only when you are getting a new spell, I think, right? Does that sound right? If I'm exchanging one spell I know for another to learn a different spell?
I mean,
Is that only at the spell level ups?
I feel like it's probably at every level up. That's how I would rule it, at least.
Okay, then I would have taken this spell and gotten rid of the other spell I don't ever use anymore. And I will. Just down over. Here. You say it looks like he's watching them? Never mind. I'm gonna jump down and move over here. And, Yeah. I'll touch my hand to the ground right here, and leave like a coin.
Okay.
As I set a fire burst mine. I think. Is it still using? Is that what I was looking at? Yeah. And I'll gesture to this spot on the ground to everyone. Don't step here or back up if someone does step here. And then I'll get back over to the statue. And that's... Now I'm going to get ready to cast Heat Metal.
Does this guy have a weapon of some kind?
Not visibly.
I'll mark the spot.
Gonna prepare an attack on some kind of like where the armor has like some cracks in between. Just aiming for those, I guess.
Okay, is everyone done?
Yes!
Yeah.
I'm assuming that everyone sort of holds their action, so you'll all get a
Right.
prize,
Mhm.
basically. Immediately as the warrior slowly begins to move, the delayed blast fireball Vidar planted at his feet explodes upward, blasting around you, weaving around both Blue Tiger and Kara, and dealing 54 fire damage.
That was
At
a
the
high
same
level
time-
fireball.
He fails the fireball's deck save, and the deck save of your ball bearings. He does not fall prone for the ball bearings, but after his turn, he will still when the turn starts, you will have advantage on your first attack against him, as he leaves
Neat.
himself open. The blast sends him staggering, and we begin initiative.
Our held actions are still held, correct? They're not.
They trigger now,
Okay.
going
So I-
down the line.
Okay, in order. Makes sense.
How was it again? Holding an attack is just one simple attack roll.
Well, seeing as it's a surprise round, you'd get all of the attacks.
Okay.
It's Freya has loaded the music, right?
It's not me that's loading. I'm so happy.
Freya! Kara is up first.
Is she?
16? Oh, wait, I didn't see you. 21, you go first.
Just
Oh,
asking,
somebody-
just to make sure.
I was
Yeah.
too zoomed in.
I'm just gonna try and find some places in his armor where I might be able to hit him. Do I get some kind of effect since we are
You
kind
get
of
advantage.
okay?
Well, you're invisible, so you always get it. Well, unless you can see invisible.
So yeah. So this one. God damn it! Okay, that was a bad one. This is 12 and 14. So yeah, this is good. 28 and the 29 to hit, and I guess the 12 will probably miss.
29 and 28 hit.
Let me see. Will I use one of my awesome special things. Okay, I like this one. I'm also gonna use a goading attack. So he has to make a wisdom saving throw DC 17, please.
Yeah, he succeeds.
Sad. Nothing happens then, except for a little bit more damage. Still not too much, but it's fine. That would be 27.
Okay.
That's my turn for now.
Kara.
Oh, I was muted. I will attack him twice with my Shadow Blade. For 24 and 22.
Both of those hit. You have advantage as well.
Oh,
So you can re-roll
Crit,
each of
crit,
them to
crit,
see
crit,
whether or not
crit.
one of them would be a crit. Okay. Oh, you hit twice though.
2 smites.
2 smites, here we go, baby!
Two first level smites. So 48. So 8d8.
That's a lot of die.
Oof. No, not a great roll though. That's 12, so 40 damage. Psychic and radiant.
Is that your turn?
Yes.
Evelyn.
I'm gonna cast heat metal on his armor. Which, when I cast, he takes 2d8 fire damage.
Mm-hmm.
So that is 2 ones. 2 ones. 2 fire damage.
He takes 2 fire damage.
Oh man.
This huge mass of armor takes a while to heat up, and slowly you see it begin to glow. Red.
Yeah. I cast Mystical Minigun, and by that I mean Conjure Volley.
For what?
Volley. It's a dex save, but I don't know if he just fails because he's... Up to you. Dex save. As
I'll roll it with disadvantage.
so just a bazillion.
Yeah, he fails.
And he takes 36 piercing damage.
30?
36.
36.
And I will give it Bardic Inspiration to Karen. And that's my...
You see Vidar misty step to the side, this sort of his cloak turning into this shadowy black smoke. And now we enter regular initiative. The blasts and your attacks send the warrior staggering backwards. Where the exterior armor cracks and wounds cut deep, streams of glowing violet steam hiss into the open like superheated blood, forming droplets of silver that begin staining the ground.
Filth! Vermin! You writhing pests! You dare! I am the hand by which you will be judged. Your oppressor and liberator. With
Whoops. Sorry. With a legendary action. You see the warrior as he sort of takes one step back, drop into a stance.
Oh, no.
Hey there.
Hi, baby.
One of his hands shoots towards the sky, and as he steps forward again, his outstretched hand pulls at the air. Your view of the garden and the dome behind his gauntleted fist distorts like an invisible curtain being pulled. From the distortion, silvery at first, then turning a dark metallic gray, flows the form of a colossal blade. Almost immediately in response, using two of his legendary actions, Vidar becomes a blur of the shadowy smoke trailing him, darting forward. Light emerges from the wizard's hands as a lightning bolt strikes the warrior, shearing along his armor before a long black blade of mist forms in the hands of the vampire, cleaving at the warrior, sending forth sparks that light up the ground. Why the attacks? What are you here for? Evelyn, you see or hear a low chant coming from the warrior as he holds out his blade, casting a spell.
Reaction.
Well, I can't counterspell, but someone else can.
Counterspell a 3rd level, so let me know if I need to roll.
Yes, please. Roll me your Arcana check.
I believe it's a charisma check.
Yes, whatever your
It's
spellcast.
your spellcasting.
16.
Unfortunately, the spell takes hold.
Jeez, it's a high level spell.
You see the sort of distortion ripple around the blade as Blade of Disaster takes hold.
Oh.
He makes a strike at Vidar with his legendary action. Quickly see if that's a crit or not. It is definitely not. We see if he even hits at all. Plus 17 to hit.
Plus
That
50.
definitely hits.
God damn it.
Vidar takes 23 damage. Then, with another legendary action, Soleil, he reaches out his free hand in an attempt to grapple you.
So he does see me, after all.
Oh yeah.
I feared that might happen after Orvith.
It's an opposing strength check. Let me quickly see if you can...
Can you also do dex on that first grapple check?
Yes, you can use acrobatics on the first one. You will have to beat a 21.
Rolled a 19. But I have
Nice.
no plus in strength.
But you
It's
can
not-
use acrobatics.
I can use acrobatics for
Yes.
that.
Just the first time.
Oh yeah, then I mean that's 28.
Yeah, you see his hand reach out and swipe, sort of trying to grab you. You step back, almost shocked for a moment that he can see you, but his piercing violet eyes are locked on yours.
My magic
And that's two of his legendary actions. So, Soleil, it is your turn.
How about we let the legends fight this out, guys? I mean, I guess I'm gonna action search and try to give it my all. Do we still have, like, because we surround him, like, have some kind of advantage of some kind? I don't know.
Yep.
Cool.
I should point out that as long as heat metal is going, he has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Okay.
Ooh. That was a 9 before, okay. That is an 8. Does an 18 hit?
An 18 does not hit.
Does a 19 hit?
19 does not hit.
Okay.
What the?
Then let's see if these two have advantage. Okay. But yeah, I have one nat 20 and like a 27 and a 26 for the other two attacks.
Those hit.
So it's like 4 hits because of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna try the same again, by the way, with a wisdom save. See, there's some double going on here. Doesn't look like it. Okay. So that would be 12 plus 8. That would be 54 damage. Oh. I stole rat by
Oh
accident.
no. Red.
I've been saying.
I don't know where
Wait,
you
I'm
stood.
gone too. Where did I go?
Did I steal you too?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. There you go, Ablin. Too many dice. And yeah, the wisdom save, I don't know what he's got there, but a DC 17
DC 17.
for a goat
Yes,
attack.
plus 15 on wisdom saves.
Oh god.
So,
Natural 1 or bust.
yeah, only the natural one, I'd say.
I mean, he does have.
Nope.
Oh no, that's not so. It's
Okay.
ability checks.
I guess I'm gonna have to try to do something else next time. Okay. That was my turn.
Kara.
Do I still have advantage?
Yes.
In that case. Two more attacks. First one is a 8, so 24, and a miss.
24 hits though.
Okay, just another first level smite. That's 24 damage. I don't really have bonus actions, so it's my turn.
He's gonna use his last legendary action. This time to attempt to grapple you, Kara. Please give me athletics or acrobatics to try and escape.
Athletics.
You need to beat a 22.
Nope.
He therefore uses his legendary action Fling. He throws you up to 60 feet into any direction, knocking you prone.
No.
If you strike a solid surface, you take 1d6 bludgeoning damage for every 10 feet you were thrown. And he is trying to target another creature, which means that creature must succeed on a DC 18 dexterity saving throw or take the same damage and also be knocked prone. And he is throwing Kara at you, Evelyn.
Dex save?
Dex save 18.
18.
Let me quickly see, that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So 5d6.
Nah.
That means both of you take 18 bludgeoning damage as Kara slams into the statue, hitting you, Evelyn.
How much damage?
18 bludgeoning. And following that, it is Evelyn's turn.
I saved my Constitution saving throw, so hold. Or heat metal is still up. And
I forgot to roll the fling at disadvantage, but he would have succeeded anyways.
Did we get knocked off of the horse?
You
Or
are
still-
prone, but you are still on the horse.
Oh, okay.
Both of you are
Nah.
prone.
Alright, then I will stand up and
Just throw her back at him.
yeah, I'm just going to take 2 shots with my crossbow. First one is 28 to hit. That should only gonna do 6 piercing damage, and then the second one is not gonna hit. And then I will use my bonus action to inflict the damage from heat metal again, which is 2d8. So that is 10 fire damage. And that's my
Okay.
turn.
Ret.
Yes, sir. Well, invisibility does nothing. So instead, I cast silence. In a little. Oh, that's gonna be really. I don't
What's
know why
the
my-
range of silence?
It is 20 foot.
Sphere?
Yes, and
Oh,
but I target it so
dome,
that
I
it does
guess.
not hit Vidar. Like so.
Okay.
And yeah,
Oh no, what about my spells?
I know. Man.
You can't taunt him.
Bonus action, I give an inspiration to Ebb. Don't die yet, man. Rotate around to this. That's my turn.
Who did you give inspiration to?
To you.
Oh, okay. What's that die in?
It is now a D10.
Neat.
I think I went over here for inspiration. Cool. Thank you.
Silence suddenly surrounds the warrior. Telepathically, you still hear his voice as he speaks.
I do sympathize. Once we were like you, worms in the dirt at the foot of something greater. We too struggled despite the threats facing us.
The warrior's blade still shifting in and out of focus. He swings his blade at Vidar. And with his multi-attack, he will then also slam into Soleil and follow that up with a strike.
Disadvantage on attacks.
Oh, that would have been so nice. Probably good for you guys, though.
I'm gonna do my gosh darn best to make sure you don't get an at 20 anywhere. That's all I want.
Oh, well, you know Blade of Disasters rule?
No.
Okay, then I won't say it.
Never heard of it.
Mm-mm.
Okay. I'm guessing that a 24 still hits.
Yes.
Means first I'll roll the Blade of Disaster on Vidar.
Assuming the blade of disaster does
35 on Vidar.
a crit at a lower number.
And
Based off.
then 2d8 plus 26.
Wow.
Soleil, you take 46 bludgeoning damage as both the slam and strike hit you like a truck. And then immediately using one legendary action, he's going to move up to his speed. 10, 20, 30, 40. And I don't think he has reach. He do have reach.
No!
15 foot reach. He's going to make one Blade of Disaster attack against Red. It's a 19 to hit. Good.
Sorry, what?
He's
19 to hit?
attacking you.
19 hits is my armor class.
Okay, so glancing blow. You take only 10 force damage as Blade of Disaster hits. And of course, Soleil, you get to make an opportunity attack.
That I will. Guess no. Oh, it's a natural 20.
That hits.
Oh my gosh.
There is a double in there, so. So, just. Oh, that's not too bad. Like, 32 damage on an opportunity attack.
Damn.
I mean, yeah, that was like crit plus reroll, so yeah, that was nice.
And he is going to use another legendary action. 10, 20, 30. Use another Blade of Disaster on Vidar. Okay, another Blade of Disaster swings at Vidar. He connects with the vampire's blade, shattering it into solid pieces of smoke that vanish even before they reach the ground. As the colossal blade finishes its strike arc, it catches Vidar's arm. The impact sends a shockwave through the garden, crushing the stone under Vidar's feet as he catapults sideways. His left arm twisted and broken. On his turn, smoke begins to cover Vidar's entire body, condensing like a layer of bestial armor. The smoke wrapping around him snakes around his arm, forcefully wrenching bones into place, the arm into form. Akin to a cannon fired, this beast of black smoke now lunges forward, slamming into the warrior's frame, leaping back and repeating the thunderous assault, until the warrior's silvery blood forms a mirror sheen on the ground. Dealing 60 damage.
Ooh. For once, Vidar, you're actually useful. Thank you.
Slay!
You can't. He can't hear you. You can't. He just saying
Yeah,
it.
that's
because
why
he
I'm
can't hear
saying
you. That's
that.
the only
Yeah.
reason I use you saying it.
Hmm.
The only reason you said it is because you know he can't hear you.
Guess I'm gonna go. Like, so that I get advantage again. And, yeah, try, hitting him some more. Do I still get advantage? Yes, right? When I fight
He's
him?
currently engaged, yes.
Okay. So the lowest is a 20 for now, without advantage. Does a 20 hit him?
20 does not hit.
Okay, then let's reroll that one to see if that hits. That's a 28 now.
That hits.
So let's see if these two, 14 and 19. Yeah, that's higher now. So the other two are 28 and 29 then. So all three hits. And what do I try? Anything that helps? I don't think so. Okay, I'm just gonna roll. There is a double in there. So let's roll the double. So that is 37 damage in total.
Ooh.
That is my turn.
Kara.
How's everyone looking?
I'm okay.
What about resting for Tiger?
What did you say?
How are you looking, health-wise?
You can definitely see some blood tickling down his side. He still standing, but he took a huge blow.
I'm gonna use my action to shoot 2 Eldritch Blasts. This time not an advantage, right?
No.
Nice.
Nat 20 and
Mm.
26. Of course, I rolled a nat 20 on
Both hits.
Eldritch
Not on the
Blast and
smite,
I can't
but
smite.
at least it's still good.
At least he hasn't crit against you, Ian.
Wait, also,
Jeez, his crit damage with this.
Would be nasty.
No.
You don't even know.
Well, the amount of damage that he's doing already. I'm assuming he must also at least crit on a 19.
so 2, 3, 10.
We should let Orvaith know that his spell is not that powerful
Oh
when
my god, of
the creature
course.
starts moving after hitting it.
That is 6, so 12 force damage. And then I will heal Shillelagh with my healing light.
Nice.
For 5d6. Yes.
I was about to say, how do you have a guy at your furnace right now when it's so late? And then I remembered, oh yeah, time zones exist.
You regain 15 HP.
15, nice.
Also, my roommate works night shift, so he's up at like very strange hours. That's my turn.
The warrior turns around,
Oh, did he
It's a
become
name.
faster? Oh god.
using the last of his legendary actions this turn to make one Blade of Disaster attack at you.
There we go, there's a natural 20.
He can't use it though.
Yeah, I know. Thank you for
Get
that,
rid
by
of
the
it.
way.
Get rid of
28
it.
to hit.
Yeah, that hits. Barely, but it hits. Oh god, so high damage.
37 force damage.
37. I'm gonna use a parry to at least lower it a little bit. So 37 minus Minus 8, so 29.
Evelyn.
Going to shoot a firebolt at it. Which is a 22 to hit.
That hits.
14 fire damage. And then the bonus action to cause the heat metal damage again for 12 fire damage. And I'm going to at least jump down right here in front of the statue.
The warrior's armor and body at this point seem almost made of silver, as silvery blood leaks from the many wounds and the cracks in the armor. Red,
I think
are
he's...
you currently here? He is not.
His hand moved a second ago.
Hey, sorry, I'm like not here, but
Yeah,
but do you need me to do something?
It's your turn
would be your
if
turn.
you wanted.
if you wanna.
Yeah, I'd shoot just the regular pistol.
Okay. Yeah, you're up.
Well, actually, I said I was gonna. I was about to say I was just gonna heal, but I was just bonus heal instead.
Okay.
Who's most?
Soleil has been taking a lot of hits.
Soleil and Vidar probably. I don't know who's hurt more.
Third level.
You won't look about as hurt, though obviously Vidar's health pool is a lot larger.
Hmm.
You get 17 heal.
Nice, thank you.
And my gun jams, so okay.
And then it is his turn. Just as Vidar lunges at him once again, the warrior's hand lets go of the blade. As it clatters on the ground, it suddenly breaks into 1,000 shards that explode upwards like a geyser, freezing in the air like time had stopped again. The shards shift in and out of focus, blending into the air, distorting the entire area. The warrior closes his hand into a fist, reels back and punches. Your mind goes numb as magical energy fills the air. I should mention at this point that you can try to partially counterspell this effect, as he uses 3 actions of his legendary actions to shatter reality.
Oh boy.
I think Rhett's the only one who can counterspell, and I don't think he's here right now.
Each one of you, at most he could reduce the effect on himself. Please make a DC 22 con saving throw.
22?
Yes.
Everyone?
Yes. You are all
That's a
within
fail.
range.
What saving throw?
Constitution. DC is 22.
Where am I? Oh. 20.
That means each of you takes 24 force damage and gains a level of exhaustion. As his fist connects with the distorted space, cracks appear in your vision. The ringing of breaking glass or crystal pierces your mind, and with an explosion, it almost appears as if reality shatters. You come to from the blast of energy. Vidar stands as well, albeit shakily. He goes for another lunge. But as he leaps, the warrior's now open hand shoots out, clamping around Vidar's throat.
Heat metal pens.
Go ahead.
No, I
Oh,
was just saying,
right.
I failed my con save. Heat metal is dropped.
Okay. Like a savage beast, Vidar's shadow form claws and strikes at the warrior, cleaving armor, sending sparks and metal shards flying.
Some things cannot be overcome merely by struggling. Something I will teach you.
The warrior's violet ember eyes burn. His left arm, bloodied and broken, suddenly clutch his own chest, ripping open his armor. As he does, he recoils in pain. Something on the chest of the warrior moves. At first glance, it looks like clothing underneath the armor, but the grayish fabric seems to disperse and shift like mist. In the movement of this patch of grey fog, you see faces appearing and disappearing, grimaces of pain and torment. It reminds you of that cloak as the attacker of Polythreme stood atop the destruction, those faces in the fog.
World after world we had hope.
The warrior's voice comes out in hacked pieces as if fighting through the pain. But fighting through it, the warrior utters the phrase of a spell.
I'm here, reaction counters.
Go ahead and roll.
You know what? Screw this guy, 5th level.
Yeah.
Oh. So 21. Unless it's below 5th level. Wait, do you get bonuses? How does this?
Counterspell?
It doesn't actually do anything.
I think it automatically counters the same level, and for higher levels you have to roll or something.
So if you cast it at 5th level, it would only immediately trigger for another 5th level or lower.
Mm-hmm.
Anything higher, you would still have to make the same roll. Do you still want to upcast?
No. It would still be a 21 though, but I will not upcast.
A 21 is enough.
Left you on
Thank
message,
God.
by the way. Salty.
That means you've won a turn. You see for a moment light gather around the hand clutched around Vidar's form. But then it vanishes as you cast the spell, counterspell. Then you hear the warriors chant again, forming the words of the same spell. But you hear this not from him. The words are distraught and painful, emanating from his chest, from a visage of smoke twisted in utter pain. A flash of light erupts from the hand clutched around Vidar's form. Just before the flash forces you to avert your eyes, you see the black shadow armor strip away from Vidar as the second cast of Disintegrate takes hold.
Oh gosh.
Your eyes adjust after the blinding flash. A black figure falls onto the ground, the bloodied warrior rising above it. The figure is only vaguely humanoid in form, a burned skeletal remnant. Its head turns to you as Vidar's latent death ward dissipates, and his eyes pierce yours, Evelyn. Whatever happens, do not stop fighting. And with his last legendary action, Vidar's hand reaches out toward Evelyn, pointing. Promise to survive.
We can both survive.
That is his turn.
Ablin, that never works in movies, saying that.
Don't care.
Vidar is, as you would know, at 1 HP. And it is your turn, Soleil. Is silence concentration, by the way?
I believe so.
Red, you took... Was it 24?
I left a message.
24, yeah.
I'm back again. I took the damn.
Did you keep up
Failure.
concentration?
I didn't have a. Oh, silence. I guess. I dropped silence anyways.
Okay.
Just for the record.
Sorry, is it my turn again?
No,
I would,
it is Soleil's turn.
I would like... He seems to be taking his time going for Vidar and casting that spell twice and stuff. So I feel comfortable enough to climb his back and start stabbing his fucking face. That's my plan, at least.
I realize this is the worst time, but I really need to go get a part for the furnace.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Um,
It's like 3 turns before you anyways.
Like go, like
I
leave the
need
house,
to
go, or
go get a fuse and stuff. Yeah.
you have to go to the store.
Kelly could do it. Okay. Rhett's voice is gonna change. I'll be right.
Okay.
So I guess I don't have advantage anymore right now, right?
Nope.
Okay, the lowest is a 21 then.
21 does not hit.
God damn it. Okay, then the other two are 24 and 26.
Both of those hit.
That is not a lot of damage, but it is 21. In the face. And yeah, I guess I'll try to hang on his neck. And see how he will try to hit me with that sword of his. Look, riding
The
spiders, riding
Is,
dominions.
by the way, gone.
Yeah, yeah. It's fine.
The
He
sword
can,
is gone at this point.
might summon another one.
Is that your turn?
Yes,
Kara.
just cling to him.
Yeah, I'll run up to him again. And attack. Do I have advantage again?
Come again?
Do I have advantage again?
No. unless you move to the other side.
2. I don't think I have to move them. No. So, a hit and a miss. Yeah. Another first level spite. Uh, 22 damage.
T2.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, is that your turn?
Yes.
Evelyn.
I don't like any of this. This is stupid. This is so stupid. I'm gonna run forward and I'm going to try and hit him with my grappling hook.
What do you mean hit him?
Well, I'm trying to grapple onto him.
Okay.
I have to do a melee attack to hit him. It doesn't actually do any damage, but I'm using my shocking hook. But first the hook has to hit, otherwise it's pointless. So I think it's gonna hit. That's it's 21 plus 29 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. So I grapple onto him, pull myself onto him, and then I cast Shocking Grasp as I'm pulling it on. So that is part of the hitting. So on a hit, the target takes. Technically, I had advantage, but that's fine. But he did hit, so he takes 2d8 damage. So that's 12 lightning damage, and he doesn't have reactions until the start of its next turn. And then I'm going to try and grapple from him to the statue over here. And he shouldn't have a reaction. And that's my turn.
Which means it would be Red's turn.
I am still.
Oh, so you got to see me doing stupid things. Perfect.
I did. You're almost dead.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Is Kara look like?
But Dar is on 1 hit point, but
Is Vidar literally one?
he had Death Ward activated, so he came back with 1 hit point.
Okay.
But that's your call, obviously.
I'm just above bloody, so.
What is your maximum hit points, Karen?
At the moment 90 because I have 10x charge.
You know what? Fuck. Let me check the rate. Should... I step out like a... I will cast Polymorph on Vidar.
Jeez.
Nice.
Go, beggar. Become a savage. Savage.
Monkey boy.
What does he become?
The Savager, it is already
This
posted
guy.
if you scroll up and jump. Yeah. Defeat yourself.
Vampire bear.
Vampire werewolf.
Yeah.
And then, have people used their inspiration yet?
No.
I have not.
Do I even have inspiration?
You do now. Bonus action.
Okay. I was about to say, like... Nice, a D10, right?
Yes.
Alright, that's better. And then I retreat behind a stack. I think I actually wanted to get to there.
Vidar suddenly turns into this huge Ravager. But it is Ryakos' turn. So he's going to use his action to once again cast Disintegrate.
Did my counter spell work on the last one?
Yes.
It did.
Well, he cast 2 in a row. But
The first one was countered.
the
with
first
the
one
second
didn't get countered.
Boy, I got more counter spell slots.
Okay, roll your check.
Ooh.
You also have your B4, but
Does that count on the counter spell check? I don't think it does.
less it's ability checks or attack rolls and saving throws. Never mind, ignore me.
But it was a 20.
20?
Yes.
Again, you see the Disintegrate fizzle out. And then from the echo weave at his chest, the words repeat again.
I hate it so much.
This is like the power word kill guy, but with disintegrate.
I hate
That is 105 damage.
It lives! If it was directed at the
Savager, it was.
Savager. Because it has like
10
one...
HP warrior.
10 HP left.
Oh, baby.
And that costs him his action. Which means... he cannot charge, but he can slam and strike. One of which he's going to do against the Savager, and one of which he's going to do at Blue Tiger.
Like, how exactly does he slam at me while I'm hanging at his back?
Oh, right, you're hanging at his back. Well, then he's going to just strike at you.
Okay.
Trying to grab it. Actually, he's just gonna try and fling you instead.
Okay, makes the most sense, given the situation.
Because he can do that with one legendary action. Which means he's going to burn one legendary action on charging the Ravager first. Savager, sorry. Ooh, yikes.
Hmm.
Actually, it doesn't matter what I roll.
Yeah, it's
It's enough.
With a strike, does the damage carry over on Polymorph?
No.
Does it not?
Or no, does
Yeah,
it?
Does it or does it
I'm
not?
pretty sure.
It does.
yeah.
Oh no, hold on. I do have to roll this one.
How much damage does he do?
A lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's 33. which actually I just realized something.
Mm-hmm.
He is not gonna fling you. As he strikes the Savager, he turns back into Vidar, unconscious. And then he casts Disintegrate.
Oh boy.
No!
How many spells in a turn? Holy sh-
Yeah.
It's his last legendary actions. He
Yes.
hasn't used them in between. He uses them on his turn right now. And I don't think I need to roll because he's already at 0 hit points, which means as the light erupts from the warrior's hand, as the cone of pure light vanishes, there's nothing left next to him but ash. The warrior staggers, reeling backwards as the light fades.
We gave up hope long ago. Only naught is left.
Evelyn, as the light flashed, as it abates, you suddenly feel sick, as if your very life were sapping from your bones. Bones that ache with a sudden burn, throbbing in tune with the beat of your heart. Please take 4d8 necrotic damage.
Oh, how much?
4d8. And please reduce your maximum hit points by that amount.
Oof.
Okay.
And with that, it is Soleil's turn again. Quick question, Red, in case you have to leave. Do you have spell slots left for more counter spells?
I have 1 5th level that I'm holding on to.
And if he would disintegrate again, would you counter spell?
Yes, because surely it would be one of.
Okay. Just
But I
checking.
think I'll.
Soleil.
Okay, I'm hanging at his back right now. I'm trying to like climb a little bit around because I feel like this chest thing is not a good thing for us. I'm gonna crawl around till I hang basically at his chest, and I'm gonna start stabbing the mouth that is coming out from his chest.
Yeah, at this
See.
point it is obvious what is happening. These flowing faces at his chest. When he casts a spell, repeated exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Casting it again.
So now I guess I have advantage with Kara on the other side.
Yes.
Ah, good thing I have advantage because all of those miss. All of those still miss.
Oh my
Nice.
God, no.
I do nothing because the faces right in front of me are too hard to hit.
You stab at this face, and as your dagger hits, it's merely carving at fog.
I guess
Kara.
that's my turn.
I will hit him, I guess. Twice with advantage. So that's a 20 on that. And that's 17.
Neither of those attacks hit. Just like Soleil, you
God.
just wildly stab and slash at the figure, not finding a proper hold. It's almost as if the thick silvery blood covering the staggering warrior is helping him instead of hindering him.
You can add inspiration to your attack rolls if you would like.
Yes, true. I do have inspiration. That's a D8.
It's a D10.
Oh, it's 10.
Can you add it to both of them or just one?
Just one. I guess
Just
20.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
You only need to roll a 2 or higher. His
Yeah,
AC
because
is 22.
21 still missed earlier. Mm-hmm.
Then I will roll a 1.
There you go.
You're good. You're good.
So
Nice.
You do hit once, just pushing through the armor plates.
I'll smite this time. So 16.
16.
And that's my turn.
Evelyn.
I'm gonna hit a button on my gauntlet and cast Arcane Ablation on myself as these little spider-like kind of looking machines start crawling over myself, giving myself 6 temporary hit points. And I'm going to move back. I kind of duck down behind the statue for a moment. And that's my turn.
Red.
Oh. What? One pistol.
Come again?
Don't know. I will shoot one
Okay.
with the. It's not gonna hit. And then bonus action, it'll be a second level. I think I'll do a healing word on someone. For a whopping 10.
You hear me? Nice.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that'll be my turn.
Then it is his turn. And he is going to use his frightful presence. All of you must succeed a DC 18 wisdom saving throw or become frightened for 1 minute. Frightened creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turn, ending the effect on itself on a success. These later saves have disadvantage if Priacrus is within line of sight of the creature.
Actually,
A creature succeeds on any of these saves, or the effect ends on it, the creature is immune to Priacrus' frightful presence for the next 24 hours.
should I get a +3?
It was wisdom.
Wisdom, yes. DC 18.
Hey.
I fail.
I am very much afraid.
Did everyone fail?
Evelyn is not there.
Okay. We'll take it up on her turn. Then you are frightened. You cannot willingly move towards him.
Can I still attack
And your
now?
attacks are, yes, but they are at disadvantage.
Okay. Just what we
And that is
needed.
his turn. Soleil.
Yeah, I guess I'm afraid of my life now, and I just stab the chest because I am freaking and panicking right now. So it evens out, like the advantage and the disadvantage.
Yeah.
Well, at least this time one hits. I rolled a 20, a 21, and a 28, and only one hits. Okay. Let's stab it a little bit at least. Ah, it's a double! Haha!
Evelyn, could you please make me a DC 18 Wisdom saving throw?
So that one was a 2. That's 11 plus 6, so 17.
17.
Better than nothing. And I don't have to run away, right? I just
You
cannot
don't have to run away.
get
no.
further because I'm clinging to him. So, but I'm like completely panicking.
He is, though, if that's the end of your turn, going to use a legendary action.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to try and fling you.
Mm-hmm.
I
Please
failed.
give me an opposing strength save. Athletics or acrobatics, I mean. Oh my god.
Yeah, the problem though is that
Well,
it's
you rolled an 11.
yeah, the problem is I have disadvantage because I have 1 level of exhaustion, right? It's an
Right.
ability check. So my strength
Okay,
is...
that beats an 11. Roll again.
How does that beat an 11? I have plus 0.
Oh, wait.
Oh, it's
athletics or
acrobatic. Oh, it's still. I always forget that I can use
Yeah, you can do acrobatics.
plus 9. Okay, yeah,
You're
that
frightened,
beats.
Evelyn.
Okay.
Plus, yeah, then I save, I guess.
You save. Okay, he does not fling you.
Not
He
being
tries
flung.
to grab at you, try to reach you on his chest, but you're just, even though you're afraid, you're just sort of flipping around, evading.
But
him.
yeah, you can
And that
hear
is
Soleil
legendary
scream though,
action.
like ah.
Now you can make your wisdom save again, but since he is in line of sight of you, Soleil, you
Mhm.
have to make it at disadvantage.
I mean, I'm gonna roll, but very low likeliness. Yeah, already failed,
Yeah.
so not even gonna roll a
Okay.
second time.
Kara,
I guess I attack him.
advantage cancels out the disadvantage. You make regular rolls.
One's a 22.
That hits.
It's... How is he looking?
Rough.
16.
It's hard to tell through the armor, but you see a pool of silvery blood forming a mirror underneath his feet.
Yeah, 16 damage.
Nice.
And that's my turn.
Anything else?
Nope.
Evelyn.
Going to peek up at him again and try and focus and not be terrified, even though I am terrified, and cast heat metal on him again. Which, since he can't take off his armor unless he's going to, he's gonna take 5 fire damage, and then I'm going to duck back down.
red.
Okay. Oh, I can't do both. Bonus action this time to heal. Card. For a whole 11 here. And then I will just shoot at disadvantage. I feel like I must have better things to do.
Right, cantrips?
No, I will play myself a counter shot. Action.
Does that end the effect of frightened?
No, it gives anyone, me and anyone within 30 feet, advantage on this.
Okay.
Oh, do I redo the save?
Yes. But since it was before the counter charm,
Yeah,
you would
yeah,
still be
yeah,
doing
yeah,
it at disadvantage?
Yes, that's fine.
I still fail the save.
I'm still failed as well.
Darn.
We don't have the wisest of our groups, just saying. With all
At the
those
end of
wisdom
your
saves.
turn, Red, then he's going to use one more legendary action. Since you're both still sort of hanging on to his sides, he's not going to disintegrate, but he is gonna try and fling Kara. So please make me an opposing athletics or acrobatics roll.
Does this count as an attack for mirror image?
It would.
So I get to roll a d20 first.
I want him to fling the mirror image. That'll be entertaining.
Higher than a 6.
That's higher than a 6. He grabs for the mirror image and grabs nothing.
Would it still be there?
No.
Because it says an AC equal to 10 plus my dex. If it hits, it's destroyed.
I guess he kinda hits by grabbing through or something.
It ignores all other damage and effects.
I think the grab was like an attack.
It also says that it's unaffected if it has like blind sight or trick sight, so I assume.
Oh, yeah, I was about to
in
say.
that case.
He saw invisible me, so.
Yeah.
Yes, he do have the true sight.
Never mind.
So does the grapple go through after all?
What do you roll?
26. You
Oh,
need to beat.
wow. Almost.
Nope. That is a 14. 15. Well, it's a fail, so it does work.
He grabs you and throws you at Red. Red, please give me a DC 18 dexterity saving throw.
I say,
Nice.
That means, Kara, as you slam onto the ground, you take 21 bludgeoning damage. And then it's his turn. He is gonna use Reckless.
How about no?
To
And
make
then
it a
he-
straight roll.
Yes. And then he's going to slam Soleil twice and strike once.
Like he slams me. How exactly? Like, just to imagine.
Basically just punches his chest at this point.
Okay, just...
Trying to hit you. So, it's a 20 not nat. A 29. And a 32 to hit.
32, just casual. Yeah, for the non-net 20, I'm gonna use my reaction to go defensive duelist and like raise my AC to 22 for that attack. So the other two hit.
Means you take 39 bludgeoning damage.
39.
And he is going to follow that up with a legendary action, which have now refreshed. And he's going to try to fling you away again.
So that was the acrobatics check again.
Yes. You need to beat a 17. Ooh.
Which I don't.
He is gonna throw you directly at Kara. Kara, please give me a DC 18 dexterity save.
That's a nat one.
You both take 25 bludgeoning damage.
Someone's unconscious.
Soleil does not stand up again.
Soleil, it is your turn, which means, I guess, to roll your first death save.
I will. That is a fail.
Kara,
Yes.
are you still standing?
Yes.
It is your turn.
I will. Um. How's... I will use my channel divinity as a bonus action. No, does Chalet, I guess, doesn't count as a creature that can hear me.
As he's unconscious.
Probably not.
In that case, I will use my action to lay on hands 30 hit points into Chalet.
30? Oh,
30,
nice.
damn. You back up.
Oh my
You don't even
god.
feel that bad, you feel terrible. Also, if you guys remember the rule,
So another level.
another level of exhaustion on you, Soleil, putting you up to 2.
Mm-hmm. So that is speed halved. I cannot really move quickly anymore.
And I will move to here as well.
If that is your turn, then please give me the save.
Do I get... can I roll it straight?
By the way,
Yes.
but
Oh yeah, because I get advantage.
The counter charm is active.
Nope.
also by being dead, did I lose my fear?
Kara frightened?
Yeah, I don't think she can go forward.
I don't think she can move forward if she's frightened.
Oh,
That's right.
true.
She can't.
Yeah. Oh, and
Yeah,
I was prone
I'd
anyway.
say
So.
since it's not an active effect but an action, you are no longer frightened, Soleil.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he does it again, because I don't think you
I didn't save,
are
so
immune to the effect
yeah.
because of the way it ended on you.
Understandable.
Then if that is your turn, Evelyn.
I'm gonna glance over and try and hit him with the firebolt. Disadvantage. It's not gonna hit. But he will take the damage from my heat metal as bonus action, so that's 10 fire damage. And then that is my turn. I'm gonna stay ducked, or I'm just gonna duck back down again. And can I do my wisdom save again?
Yes.
Oh. 19.
You are immune to the effect.
Oh, thank goodness.
You take a deep breath. You can do this. He's almost done. Ret.
What are the rules on drinking like healing potions?
Bonus action on yourself, action on someone else.
I'll just pass my greater healing potion to Kira.
Okay, you can do that as a bonus action.
Okay, I would like to do that as a bonus action.
Thanks.
And then... Oh, this might be a very bad one. We'll see. I once again conjure volley now that all my friends are away from me. As just a hail of bullets spawn and race toward him. It's a dexterity save? You see 6.
20, not net.
So he saves, but half of 37, which is 18, I guess.
The hail of bullets, almost like an iron rain, clatters across him, sending him reeling again. He doesn't have much left.
And I will inspiration Soleil.
I'm still inspired, or did I lose that when I went down?
No.
I still have my die.
Oh, okay. Well, who's used it? Kara used.
I've used mine in Kara's. I think it's Soleil that just hasn't.
I will inspiration Kara.
Oh lord, he's coming.
He actually has to dash to get within range
I mean, that's good.
of Kara. But he is using his charged legendary action to attack. As he looms over you, Kara, you hear his hacked voice.
We were looking for you. Perhaps it is in your own knowledge of how lost you are that you would surrender yourself to my judgment.
That is a 32 to hit.
Uh-huh. That misses.
Easy miss.
So that is a
In between
strike.
sessions, I got this plus 50 to AC armor set.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
That's
Where's that? I
handy.
want that.
You take 24 bludgeoning damage from that
Yeah,
charge.
I'm very down.
And Kara goes down. Soleil, it is your turn.
Mm-hmm. I guess I start hacking and slashing against the thing. Because I don't really have the ability to provide healing. Normal attacks, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I'd give you this advantage, since he just charged against Kara. It's kind of flanking right now. Especially since she is a celestial, they have been
Okay.
very...
The lowest is a
very much looking
22.
for-
Um,
22 hits?
yeah, and the highest is a natural 20.
Oh, damn.
Let's go, Soleil.
Okay. I will also add superiority die to the damage. Do a distracting strike. Do a distracting strike. Cause why not? And you know what? I'm gonna use a fucking bardic inspiration to deal extra
Yes.
damage.
Which also gets doubled, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, let me do another d10 then.
Let's go.
Its superiority dice also get doubled on that crit.
Okay, then I use this d10.
Did you not know that?
I
All
just
dice.
didn't think of it
All
right now.
dice.
That's fair.
That is 65 damage in total.
Under your barrage of attacks, the warrior staggers. His cloak and armor, like the ground, are like a mirror drenched in his own silver blood. For a moment, as he staggers forward, as Kara lies there on the ground, he stares at his hands, dripping a sickly mix of red and silvery blood.
Would that I next time experience a world kinder?
The warrior sinks to his knees, slamming forward into the flowers next to Kara, and stops moving. You are out of initiative.
Cure wound.
And Soleil just sinks to the ground and lies flat next to the body of the guy and just breathes.
Kara, you get 5 hit points.
As the warrior falls, you see also the shimmering dome that has encased the area until now flicker and fade from existence.
Right, we should be quick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna crouch down and see if I can't grab a couple vials of his blood.
It is easy enough to collect. There's entire puddles on the ground. And from his armor that was almost completely drenched in it, it drips in multiple places.
Probably need to Get out of here or hide the body. Get out of here.
Can I look him over to see if there's anything, any notes, any documents, any insignia, anything like that?
Searching him through would probably take a little bit of time, as well as you do know that there definitely is one thing of interest. You wonder what has happened to the patch on his chest. It's up to you guys. We could end here. You can think about what you're going to do next, or we continue.
I probably need to try to handle this.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, then with Vidar disintegrated,
I will check
warrior
Vidar's
defeated,
remains to see if there's something
This
left.
is where we end today's session.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
That's fine.
Oh my gosh, that was so intense.
It was also quite close.
Yeah.
Like,
Very.
I like that you turned him into a bear, because that at least like made like 2 more disintegration shit go to Vidar instead of towards us.
Yes, because if the first one had removed Vidar, the second one would have gone towards Kara.
Oh my gosh. I cannot handle the stress.
Well, that was probably the largest challenge I've ever thrown at someone. You didn't do too well on setting up the ambush. However, you did really well with the heat metal removing his attacks, because if you didn't know, Blade of Disaster crits on an 18 or higher
Oh jeez.
on the rolled d20. And on a critical hit, it doesn't get doubled.
Oh
The
no.
4d12 get tripled to a total of
Oh my
12d12 force damage.
How did we survive?
Yeah, how actually did we survive this? This shouldn't have happened.
Quite a bit of luck. The heat metal was a really good move.
Oh, I didn't know if it was gonna work or not, but I was like, I have to try. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad that he didn't hit anybody with a crit. That would have
I was very worried when you were doing the setup before the time stop. And I was like, oh, I don't think, there was a lot of things you could have done, like, just buying barrels of gunpowder or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right.
But you relied on your own strength, which put you at a disadvantage, but you did pull through. I expected possibly someone to maybe die.
Now that I
But,
know his attacks, I'm completely perplexed that no one died. And with no one, I mean no one except for Vidar.
Yeah, to be fair, there was one there.
Yes. He was always going to focus Vidar, seeing as Vidar has legendary actions inside. Especially also since he deals a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think Vidar would go quite so quickly,
It's all those legendary actions, man.
but man, that was like
I need
relatively.
Vidar to be alive.
Mm-hmm.
That was a relatively short fight, almost time-wise, but man,
But the intensity.
it was
Yeah.
like so many high damage things thrown around. You did well. You did well.
Oh,